Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to another stream with me, Steve, your host, Ghost, Southwest Ghost. What is that pink thing on my screen? Hang on a minute, I've got a pink thing on my screen. My TV's not on the way out. It's just here. Let me just check if it's on other channels. Okay, that's weird. Just check on the TV on them. Oh, it's just on that DVR screen. And that's weird. Very weird. So I don't know what that is because, like, you know, pink pixel block on my TV. And it's only happening on my DVR screen. The weirdest thing is I can't even see it on my other screen. So, could be the TV, I don't know. Anyway, so yesterday I was able to do a stream eventually after trying to get the Hangout to work on Google about half a dozen times, which still didn't work. So I had to use Chromius or whatever it's called. Yes, Chromius. Chromium. Nearly shut that string down here. So, you know, I had to use night on Google/YouTube through Google Chrome. I did a quick test stream last night, you know, private. I just kind of wanted to get the screen on, so it said like start broadcast, and it actually worked first time after finishing the stream last night. But then I set this one up ready, and I just connected to the Hangout just to see if it would give me the actual green start stream button, which it did. So tonight we're okay. Now, last night I mentioned on a topic, is my house haunted, active, or whatever. Now, I've got to tell you what's been happening over the last couple of weeks. It's kind of weird, actually. Not weird, but now over the last couple of weeks, I've noticed a lot more noises in the kitchen. The bangs and the taps have got more kind of increased in sound, like a bit more louder. And not only that, the cat, as you know, sleeps in the hallway. Now, the thing is, my kitchen door hasn't got like a proper latch on it. No, you can push it open with your finger and the door open. But recently, I've had to put like a cardboard wedge in the door frame to keep the door shut, because for some reason the cat has been trying to get into the kitchen. Not every night, but twice a week for the last couple of weeks. Wants to go in there. Unless she's been called in by one of the spirits, or maybe that evil Molly is trying to like draw her in there, trapped, and so she can't get out to get her food and drink and start shitting all over the place and making me get angry with the cat. So I've actually been putting this like cardboard wedge in to stop her like clawing on the door and trying to push it open. Now, she's only been doing this for the last 2 or 3 weeks as a more regular kind of thing. You know, she has done it once or twice you know, like last year, towards the end of last year. And I thought it's just like, you know, just normally scratching on the door. Over the last couple of weeks, you can see, I should have saved them actually on my DVR, but I completely forgot all about them. But you can actually see her walking up to the door and trying to push the door open. I know cats are adventurous and they like to like sniff around and poke their nose into, you know, doorways and cupboards and, you know, shit and piss everywhere and make your flat or your house or your apartment smell even more. It's like, you know, marking her territory or something, yeah, but she knows that she's not allowed in the kitchen. That she's not allowed in the living room unless I let her in there. The last couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, she's been trying to get in that kitchen. And I've had to like keep changing the cardboard and making it into like a wedge to keep the door shut, because after like, you know, a few days that cardboard starts wearing down. Because every time I go in, I've got to take the wedge out, go in the kitchen, come out, and as I close the door, put the wedge in again. And if you're doing that 3, 4, 5 times a night, now after a couple of nights, that cardboard's going to wear down anyway. I thought we'll concentrate on the kitchen tonight because there has been some noises in there. And to be honest with you, I didn't know I was going to be on tonight because after last night's stream, I had a real bad stomachache and had to touch the old diarrhea and I had to take medication. So I'm okay now, but I was a bit curious, like, you know, why did I get an upset stomach last night? Got more seafood where it's got like, you know, that too much oil in it, and it's probably upset my stomach. Or is it because I was drinking too much orange juice, which I don't think is down to the orange juice, because they say water's good for you, and I only put like a little amount of orange in here to flavour it, you know. So I don't think it's orange juice. I don't think it's Pepsi, because I have like 1 Pepsi a day. Some like energy drinks. Since I've bought them, it's like a packet of 6, and I've only had 2. And that wasn't in both days, you know, kind of things. One night, and then missed 1 night out, and then I had 1 last night. So unless the energy drink or the Pepsi kind of like did not like the seafood and gave me a bit of a icky tummy, you know, I don't know, but it couldn't even be spiritual, because like spirits can make you ill as well. But I'm not saying it is spirits. But yeah. So anyway, I've got some gear turned on in the kitchen. I've got some gear like I had here last night. I might turn on a bit later. Behind me on the table. I'll go in the kitchen and tell you exactly what I've got running at the moment. And just see if anything happens, because as I say, the kitchen has been a bit more noisy. It's not noisy now, but 10 minutes before I put the stream on, there was like, you know, several knocks and bangs in there. It actually sounded like a cupboard being opened and closed again. And I know the person upstairs has gone out, because I know sometimes when she slams a cupboard door, you can hear it. Okay, but I know she's gone out because I saw her go out. Just upstairs. She took her daughter out with her as well. So when they've gone, I don't know. They might be home late tonight, and they might not turn up tonight. I don't know. We're going to keep an eye on that. You know, if things start getting a bit more intense over the next few days, I will turn the stream on, and you know, just see what's kind of happening. You know, around about now until the end of April, there's going to be a lot more activity. I have seen, you know, several orb activity, you know, in there, 20 minutes. So I will turn the camera around in a minute. Now, I've got my son and daughter coming over. They was going to come this week, but I said no because I'm not feeling too good. They're coming next Tuesday. So I won't be streaming Tuesday, I don't think. Now, I was going to go out today, but I completely at home because I did not actually get to bed again till about 6:30, 7 o'clock this morning. And I was just too tired. But I'm hoping to go out maybe tomorrow or Tuesday. So I want to go and do a little bit of fishing. And I'm going to take my head cam, probably do some video. And if I can remember my fishing channel YouTube link and my password, I might put it up on there. If not, I'll stick it on this channel. But what we do tonight, concentrate in the kitchen. I may turn some of the gear on here a bit later, I don't know yet. I may put the REM pod out there in a minute, actually. Probably do a Ouija board later. I'll start off with a ghost box, which I'm going to have to get up and running. I'll give out the shout outs quickly. Hi to Ian, Mary, Charmy, Albert, Eugene, Judith, Fan 11, Angelo, Craziness, John, Eugene, I ain't got no mice in here. No way have I got mice in here. Rhoda. And Stoners Heaven. You know, anyone else there? Hello, welcome. Yorick, my mate Yorick. No, I know I've got no mouse in here. No way. You know, I know mice can like kind of burrow through things, yeah. This apartment, you know, this block of flats is like pure stone, you know, for a mouse to get through this, there's got to be some fucking bionic mouse, I'll tell you. I know sometimes people have seen like a rat or so outside, but not mice. Although that shed downstairs is a fucking shithole where people don't put their stuff in the bins properly. I still got to contact the Housing Association actually, because as you go to close the doors inside, you know, there's parts of the wooden beams missing. You've got all nails sticking out. My buddy caught my hand on that the other day. And, you know, lucky I didn't cut myself open. But this will be the third time to complain about it. It's annoying. Okay, tonight. So I'll go in there and let you know what's running. I'll take the REM pod out there for a little while. So I just went straight to my face. Right, so right, wait till that settles down. bloody time. Okay, I lifted up the camera more tonight because I've got a K2 meter up here. Another thing I'll tell you about that's mirroring me here. I did have a K2 meter. Oh, I put a K2 meter here. There's an EM pump over there. There's an EM pump here on this side on a towel because it's making a little bit of a noise. You've got the power sensor, you've got the trigger object, you've got the dual DC box, REM pod, K2 meter, tri-field meter, and the sound, noise, voice, vibration detector. And 2 balls and a crucifix. And a crucifix on the sensor on the trigger object. Now this I know it's actually working. I think the battery's from this. No, I'll leave it turned off. So I will be in here later to do an EVP. I may put this on, I don't know. Another REM device, the REM DD. You got REM DD and the REM pod and the DC box, dual DC box. So you got 2 tonight. Something just touched my fucking head, and I swear on that, guys. It felt like something going like that. Yeah. That mirror. I went in the kitchen the other day, and as I turned the light on, I'm sure I saw like a face peering at me in that mirror, but it was only for a split second. It weren't my face, I'll tell you that. It was like, it kind of looked like a drawn-in, skinny kind of looking face, you know. And I thought, what the fucking, like, you know, it was only for a second, you know. So I thought tonight I'll put a K2 meter up there and see if we get anything. But yeah, I'm going to definitely do an EVP session in there a bit later. Just as I walked out in the kitchen, I felt like, you know, even with, just going out of, pardon me. Just as I left the room to go in the kitchen, I felt like a heavy kind of like, but you know, it felt like something just walked through me, you know, kind of thing for a second. Yeah, 2 orbs just then. I don't know what that fucking pink thing is. It's really annoying me. But it felt like someone actually kind of like walked through me, or I walked through them. And then I just had like something tap me on the head. So is this going to be the start of more activity? You know, like Harry said, it's going to be a bit more active than it has been over the last couple of months, because it's been very kind of, excuse the phrase, dead quiet. So yeah, we just see what happens, I suppose. Oh god, feels like my asthma's gonna pop on now. I don't know why my asthma's kicking in. Got one of these inhalers. Just taking 10 puffs of those. another power sensor on, but I'm not going to because it's a bit more awkward to set up. So we're just going to leave those turned on for now. We'll start off with the afterlife box. Hang on, I'm going to move the camera away in a minute for a second because I want to try to find. Oh, it's on the side next to me. So during the week time, I'll probably try and do another Xbox connecting here. See if we get anything on the Xbox. I can't do it in the living room until I get the money to buy another big TV. And I ain't got like £350 to buy a big TV just to run an Xbox on it. So that's going to have to wait for a very long time. Turn on the Ghost Box. Hello. Who's with us tonight? Anyone special? Can you give us some names? Wait, you stop in and out and stop up and down. Right, just getting me a notebook. That thing was me getting a pen out of me little pen bag. So today is the 12th, 3rd, 17th.
About the week.
Who's been trying to make the cat go in the kitchen more? Oh, that was a big all. Will you stop rattling your bell and stop scratching yourself? You're so annoying, you are, Pat. How many spirits are in the kitchen? Can you give me a number? 4? Did you say 4?
No,
sounds like 4. How many females are in the kitchen? I just said bread. I just threw some bread out today because I think that might have gave me the upset stomach. At a date, you're still in date. Spy week wasn't for another 2 days.
And then.
So how many female spirits are in the kitchen, if any? Right, how many male spirits in the kitchen?
And rather,
Yeah, leave Tammy alone, please. I heard spirits ate Tammy. Leave her alone.
very story.
Hello, Karen. Hello, Starry. What the hell? My hair up.
With some.
I feel like someone kind of like ran their fingers right through my hair just then. What's going on with my hair tonight? I know we're concentrating on the kitchen, but this is a bit crazy. So it just went like this to my hair. Now Tina just like, you know, brushes it. This felt like a hand running through my hair. Yeah, I know it's a spirit, but who? A lot of all activity in the kitchen tonight, though. Have you got anything you want to tell me tonight, guys, girls, spirits? Yeah, Karen, last night I kept being like pestered when I was trying to get sleep. Kept getting reminded about that ring, diamond ring. I want to know where the diamond ring is. Someone had a diamond ring given to them and it's gone missing. So if you can find out, let us know, yeah? Because it's like, kept me awake. Good. It's just like drumming through my head. Asked Karen about the diamond ring. Where's the diamond ring? You know, and I'm thinking, well, I don't fucking know. Go and ask Karen, she might know. Go and pop into her dreams and ask where the so-called diamond ring is. So I'll keep asking. Oh, thank you. Not too much, please. Can you calm it down a little bit? Or come and turn it off? I'm only going off time to time, but don't make it go crazy. So I can hear it on the audio recorder. It's giving me a headache. So I asked how many females are in the kitchen. Light that up, the amount of women are in that kitchen. Is there more than 2 females in the kitchen? So light up.
He went.
Is there more than 1 female? Is there 1 female out there?
I am angry.
I am what?
Kitchen sweep. Joey dead.
Hi, James.
And this time.
There's any evil spirits in the kitchen who don't believe in Christ, cast down.
Yeah.
I dare you to knock it down if you don't believe in Christ. If there's any spirits in the mirror, and if that mirror is a portal, can you light up the K2 meter on the mirror, please? Just shit, I ain't got K2. I'm sure I don't.
I'm able to.
K2 meter, millimeter, DC box meter
Looks pretty.
on a table behind me, and ghost meter. If you want to try and light those up for me, I'll be grateful. Rose isn't around lately. She's having medical treatment. And I don't think Rose will be on for quite a while. Story. Hello, Story.
Nice.
If you can read the screen on the computer, can you say hello to one of the people on the side chat? Or just say their name? No, she's not very well, actually. Hello, LJM. Forgotten.
To see it.
I've got to sort out the living room, so I want to do a stream in the living room again later in the week. Full session in there. But I don't know what I'm going to do about the third camera in there. I still don't know if to take one of these hallways off or one of the bedroom ones.
We left. Had for dinner.
Can you light the REM pod back up once for me, please? Have you ever done that? Can you light up one more time? Ask you kindly and respectfully. Or knock or bang on something. Come on, because I don't know how long I'm going to be streaming for tonight.
For next week.
Next week? What about next week? I've got my son and daughter coming over next week.
No.
Do you want to come and say hello to them?
Team aware.
I'm coming out there to do EVP in a minute, guys. I'm probably going to do the Ouija board early tonight, about 11 o'clock. I've got a cold spot right on my left arm right now. Right here. Yeah, cooking oil. Maybe that gave me a bad stomach because I didn't wash the frying pan out properly.
Something important. Attention.
Maybe I'll go myself touch food poisoning.
Oh, no.
Yellow? What about yellow? Hey, orange is yellow. Well, it's orange and yellow. Yellow and orange.
Again.
Who spirits? Don't know. Beware of the mood. Who do we need to be aware of tonight? Any nasty ones? Any evil ones? Any little mischievous little buggers?
Begin. To God.
Is there anything important I need to know? Got a headache. Just got a headache. Every time I get a headache, it's because someone is affecting me by a headache. I put an empty packet of ibuprofen back in the box.
Good.
Oh yeah, I'm actually thinking about doing like some streaming sessions. Damn it, let's turn that down. Turn it down. I'm actually thinking of doing some streaming sessions of going through some of the equipment I've got and explaining what they do and what they don't do. Ghost boxes and recorders and millimeters and tri-field meters and my camcorders and everything I've got. I'm going to go through, pull them out and do like showing, explaining what they do and how much I bought them for and how much you can probably buy them for still on eBay or Amazon. And it'd be like, I probably might start with my camcorders, because I've got about 6 different camcorders. And I'll probably like start off with those and explain what they do and what they don't do and how I feel about them, if they're good, bad or whatever. might start that towards the end of the month. But it's only an idea at the moment. Because it'll help people to learn and understand what kind of equipment to get if they want to start ghost hunting.
Jen.
Rather.
I just had coffee. Drinking too much coffee because it's got milk in. I don't drink coffee without milk. And milk can upset your stomach. Well, they say milk's supposed to settle your stomach, but sometimes it can upset. No, I think I've only got enough to make one more cup of coffee anyway. So I was too lazy to go and buy some milk today.
Astonished.
My face.
I'm doing the ghost box in a few minutes, guys. Whoever's in the kitchen. Trying to hear some names. A message if you need to give me a message. Say hello, tell me to get out, tell me to fuck off, whatever.
On the left.
Yeah, I will actually be on the left side of the kitchen where the kettle is. Is that where you're going to be, on the left?
Right.
I can't see those balls. I put two balls out there in the kitchen. I can't even see them. I think that might be one. Yeah. Right, I'm going to turn the ghost box off a little bit. Fucking right arm started to work again now. Right, guys, I'm turning the ghost box off. I'll turn it back on in a little while. Thank you for communicating with us if you have done. I may try the Sandrum when we come back in here. Okay, so I don't be knocking things off that over you. If I hear a bang, I know you've done it. So I'm using the Nokia. I feel sick. Got that sicky taste. Right. It's just gone very cold behind me then. That icy feeling. Right, whoever's in here, I want to say hello. You know who I am. First of all, can you start off by telling me who is in this kitchen with me right now, please? Why is it that the cat has been trying to get in here a few times a week? Is it just her wanting to be nosy, or is a spirit trying to draw her in? Oh, I feel lightheaded and sick now. To me, whoever it is, can you stop? I really feel sick. Do you have any kind of message you want to tell me? Can you tell me that message now? I really feel fucking lightheaded. I feel sick as well. Oh, I stopped EVP, but I just feel really lightheaded and sick in here for some reason. And there is two balls here. There's this one here and the ping pong ball there. So what I do is I put the ping pong ball right next to this one. And the ball with the little bell in on top. Right here. I feel really sick now. Lightheaded, dizzy and sick. I'm really being honest on that. What can I do this kitchen? So heavy on me. Oh God. Guys, I really feel sick. It's not going to stop me though. I've got a plastic bag in because I have to like throw up. Oh God. Oh fucking hell. I was alright before I started the stream, guys. I guarantee you I was perfect.
Right, whoever's in here, I want to say hello. You know who I am. First of all, can you start? Right, whoever's in here, I want to say hello. You know who I am. First of all, can you start by telling me
After I said who I am,
First of all, whoever's in here, I want to say hello. You know who I am. First of all, can
there's
you
like a
start
little voice there, like a
by
male
telling me
voice.
who is in? Know who I am. First of all, can you start here? I want to say hello. You know who I am. Whoever's in here, I want to say hello. You know who I am.
Sounds like it's Steve before.
You know who I am. First of all, can you start by telling me who is in this kitchen with me right now, please? Why is it that the cat has been trying to get in here a few times a week? Is it just her wanting to be nosy, or is the spirit trying to draw her in?
like a very faint male voice in the background. Very
If it's
faint.
affecting me, whoever it is, can you stop?
Oh, when I said, like, you know, can you stop? There's a voice saying no. Can you hear that? Right, so I'll play that back a little bit. Well,
If it's affecting me, whoever it is, can you stop?
it's definitely saying no.
I really feel sick. Do you have any kind of message you want to tell me? So can you tell me that message now?
If you notice on this one, right,
Can you tell me that message now?
after I said, can you tell me the message now? It's static. It's like the static's getting louder. Right there. As if they're trying to talk or something, probably. You know, the static actually built up.
I really feel fucking lightheaded.
Hello? Who's making you feel sick? You got a scratch. Oh, right. Can you say what your name is? Or say my name? Hello, Donna and Raven and Spooky. Can you try lighting up the REM pod again in the kitchen? I just went to the bathroom. I won't go more than 2 minutes. Well, I'm going to try and put it on AM. See, I'll get everything on AM. Hello? Any spirit can try to communicate me with the AM frequency band? You come and say hello? Can you hear me, Ian? Ian, can you hear me? Ian, use your 65 mic if you can hear me. I don't know if Ian can hear me. Can you hear me, Ian? Got me wired there, Ian. Right. So maybe you couldn't hear me because of the ghost box or so. Right, I'm going to be doing a Ouija board in a few minutes, guys. So if anyone that's coming through can talk to me. Come on, pushing change. Right, what was that? I don't know what the hell they can let's get this through. Right, thank you. Right, I don't know where the small bottle is. That's disappeared. I normally have a small bottle of blessed water in a bottle like this, but I can't find it, so I've got me. That's going to be over here in the PC screen. Right, Holy Father, God protect me while we do this usual session. Show me love and light and protection. Make sure no harm comes to me. Only allow the good, kind, loving ones to come through. Maybe the odd mischievous little bugger, depending on how mischievous they are. But don't let any evil spirits come through. And so they just guide and protect me and keep me safe. That's all I ask. In your holy name. Amen. Right. Okay, so chair back a little bit. Right. Let's go up a little bit. And around a bit. Right. I'll keep you on the 9 channel while I do this going on. I might consider putting. Yeah, I think I will actually. Oh, I'm fucking need to start doing it again. Oh shit. I haven't got the one. What I do is I'll put the K2 meter in D6. We ain't gonna hear it, but we probably should see it flash if it goes off. On the chair where Tina and that is. Right. Now keep an eye on that one as well. We've got no sound because the sound's in the kitchen, as I said, but you know, there might be a possibility it might flash. I'm not saying it will, but it might do. Maybe I should bring that rocking chair forward more actually. Is that okay? I don't know. Yeah, that's all right. Right. Okay. Oh God. Just saw an orc go flying past there just then. Right, I need to get my chair sorted out a little bit. Right. Move that out of the way. Put that battery there. Move the mouse out of the way. Right. Wow, my stream is real fucking like. Why is it way behind? My stream is way behind, guys. I think. Yeah, it is because somehow it's not playing. It should be. So YouTube must have like crashed out on me. So I've got a cold spot right to my left again. Oh, for fuck's sake. I can't get my bloody chair. Sort that properly. It feels like I'm sitting on like bricks on my chair at the moment. So uncomfortable. Right. Grimy. Let's go and get some talcum powder. Right, the reason why I put talcum powder on the board, guys, is sometimes it gets a little bit grimy, you know, like dirty or sweaty. I only put like little sprinkles on and then give it a quick wipe over. I'll put a little bit on the old tabs underneath the plugshette. Just helps to make it kind of like move a bit better. I actually found out about doing this when I just done it. There's a test kind of thing one day on one of my old streams. I noticed that putting a bit of talcum powder on the board, just rubbing it in, a little bit of powder on the little felts, makes it, oh yeah, that's a lot better. A lot better. Just now it felt like, you know, I was trying to like run on model sign, but now it's like if I could possibly put it that in that kind of definition way, I don't know. Anyway. Okay. Ouija. Okay. Now, before I start here, of course I'm moving the planchette. I need to move the planchette. The spirits are guiding my arms, my hands, and my energy. Planchette to the letters, to spell out words, numbers, say yes or no, okay? It's 1 in a billion chance that I could leave that there and the fucking planchette starts moving on its own. Never going to see that. So every time you see it, it's on TV and it's like made up, you know. I think there's even been that many real videos of people seeing a planchette move on its own. It's like all fiction kind of shit, you know. So normally it can take up to 5 to 10 minutes to communicate with spirit, but Abby comes straight through. Because like Abby is one of the highest spirits here. It's like an angel, and she don't need take time, you know, she comes straight through. And I have my 2 fingers, these ones, you know, very faintly on here. So okay, who's with me tonight? Right, Abby, how you going, girl? Yes, fine. Thank you. So what's for tonight? You. That. Chair. Back. It is not right on camera. So what the one I moved, do you need it moved forward, backwards, left, right? Forward, more, and slightly the left. Is that when I go in and I go to the chair towards the door, the balcony door, or left towards the living room door? Okay. As sure you might get reaction on the photo later. Okay, but we've got no sound in there, so we see it, we don't, Okay, that's fine. We did set off the device. And try again later. Okay. Right, let me go into that chair then. How far more forward do you want it brought, roughly? 4 feet. And okay, right, hold on. Right, Ouija board's going to be okay. I think if you leave the Ouija board for more than 5 minutes, then that's when, you know, you're kind of like causing the possibility of like leaving or bringing negative spirits. So, you know, that's only going to be there for about a minute, maybe two. Something in that cat will stay out here, I mean. Something there. Not too bad, I suppose. I think I need to just straighten it a little bit. What's that like? I think 1 foot back a little bit. I think that might be right. It's made me fucking me now. Right, how's that? Yeah, fine, thanks. No worries. Rocking chair still looks a bit crooked, but it could be the camera angle actually. I know that horse is a bit all crooked. Right, give me 30 seconds. I thought I just saw that chair move by itself. I'm not just saying it did, but it really looked like that rocking chair, as I went to go to move it, moved itself for a second. Really weird. Okay. Another kick. Oh, get comfortable on the chair again now. Right, let's have a quick swig of my orange. Okay, so I've got in there. Still, I don't know it's the camera, but you can just see a little gap there. And I think that's because of the camera, the way it's facing. No, I'm damn sure I made that rocking horse, but it looks crooked again. I think it's the camera angle actually, to be honest with you. Right, so what's going to happen tonight? Anything? Yes. Female. Once. To talk to you about the death. Name is Linda. Is that TH or TO? TOH or THO? Oh, right, so it's Linda Thomas. That lad, my spelling. Oh, that lad. No, come on. Linda. Shit, my pen ain't working. Linda Thomas. No old Linda. When she passed. 53. So we get all the other details of her later, yeah? session last night with Karen was great, and yes, I also got a few things wrong, but we're not all perfect, and I still say it is you doing the hard work as I'm just passing on info to you, and that's all I'm doing. No, I don't believe that. Look, you're going from one portal to another to get the information to pass on to me, so it's a team job, yeah. Not saying it's my job, that I'm doing it all. It's it's like teamwork. And, how would I have got this information if you don't pass it on to me? So there we go. It's teamwork, girl. Just like Randall and Hopkirk. Have you ever heard that program? Yep. Detective. It's DECITIV, I think. I can't even know the detective, but yeah, it's a detective program. Can be like that. I suppose. Not that mad. So, right. Why is the cat trying to get into the kitchen? Mommy trying to drag her into harm her, but that stopper who is helping to keep Tommy so good job doing that. Okay. Right, anything else we need to know? So, Jessica, we have been visiting her on a by daily just to say hello to them all, and also to make sure they are okay. Well, I'll tell them that. Right, okay. I've got a message through that you may have seen the dark shadow. You know anything about this? Yes. She did see shadow person, not one that will harm her, and it was only there a few hours, may have been a family member from your ex side. Oh, right, okay. Right, okay. So one of her family members, yeah? Right. Anything else? Try and yes. Fish as that is what caused you to have an upset tummy last night. Okay. Well, I've eaten all the fish now, apart from crab sticks, and I feel like them. Right. Anything else? Cat. as there will be a stream on Sunday next week as I am going to try and make something in the living room and will need your energy to help me do it. So do you want me to do a Ouija board in the living room on Sunday? Okay. No streams for the rest of the week? Yeah, only short ones. But Tina will talk to them as I'm going to rest up until then. Okay. Yeah, fine, thank you. Anything else? No. Get a coffee and rest about 30 minutes. Talk to Linda. Okay. Talk later. Yeah. Right. All right, those shoes. Well, all right. Okay. So I've been told to take a break for 30 minutes, and we're going to try and communicate with a Linda Thomas, age 53, who wants to tell us about her death. I've had this board for a couple of months. It's this one. Because the other one seems to kept airing out the other one. You know, I still got the other one. I'd still use it time to time, but this one they like more. You know, the planchett's a bit bigger than the other one. So yeah, this one only cost about £20 on eBay, I think it was. So I'm going to go make my coffee. If you didn't hear half of what she said, like, you know, we've got a spirit woman, Linda Thomas, who wants to talk to us about her death. Reason why the cat's been trying to get in the kitchen is because it's Molly trying to drag her in to harm her. And it's a good job that I've been putting those bits of cardboard as a wedge for the cat to even push open. Said it was a good stream last night when she helped me to Karen, Karen Lambert. Run up on that in a minute, just to recap what happened. If I can remember, she said that it's okay for me to do a stream later in the week, but only a short one because she wants me to do a stream in the living room on Sunday, and she's going to try and use some of my energy as well as her own, and I suppose other spirits' energy to make something move. Now it's not guaranteed, but if something moves, it's going to be. If it happens, I can't say it's going to happen unless it happens. She can't say it's going to happen unless she makes it happen, but if she can get enough spiritual energy, then it might happen. Last night I did a stream, just like off the spur kind of minute. Whether my flat is active or not, is it haunted, and I went details on things that have happened here. I still don't say it's haunted, even though we saw that near enough full black apparition in the living room that time. Kind of showed you guys on one of the streams where I caught it in the kitchen on the DVR. We've seen like outline of little Mary running down this hallway, and this camera caught it. Or was it this one? I think both caught it actually. We've got shitloads of all activity which we've had. But it still don't mean it's haunted, I would only class it being haunted if I physically actually saw something move in front of my eyes on camera. Because then I can say, whoa, did you fucking see that? And the camera's caught it, and you can see it moved at the same time I see it move, and then we could say, well, yeah, now we can say it's haunted, kind of thing. Active, but not haunted, even if something moves, it doesn't mean it's haunted, I don't think. I would class it more being haunted. I've gone in the hallway and fucking ghost appeared in front of me. And, went fucking at that door so quick, I tell you. Seeing a ghost for the first time would be scary, and I would have probably pooped my pants and probably leave the flat for an hour and sit and watch the review and the playback. Then I can say, yeah, a ghost appeared in my fucking flat, you saw it, I saw it, and yeah, that's it, if it was caught live on a stream, that'd be excellent, because you see me run out the door, you'll be all laughing, and as well to see, something manifest in one of the rooms when I'm in it, and then you'll be all concerned wondering where the fuck I am, and you'll be asking questions, where's Steve? And, you won't see me for about an hour. I forget to bring the keys, so I'll have to try to get a fucking locksmith in and get the doors open. But I do have on one of a key to my door in case I do shut myself out. But I don't usually wear this key all the time. It's only when I'm doing streams, but I will probably start wearing it a bit more actually when I go out. I need to get a new key cut for the door downstairs as well. A bunch of keys with me. I can just have my 2 keys on my chain with my necklace and my cross. Right, so what we're going to do is stick the ghost box back on. I'll go and make a coffee, and we'll do part 2 of the Ouija board in about half an hour. But I'm closing this down for now. I'll close any portals, doorways, openings, dimensions that I may have opened, and I'll close them with love and light and protection through and communicate with me until I say it's okay to. And I'll reopen any doorway, portal, or dimension, or whatever spirits you to come through. So this is now closed. God bless. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. And goodbye. Right, I'll stick Ghost Box back on. Now, you probably heard some voices, but that was outside, I think. Because that was fucking like physical voices, you know, like disembodied voices. But no, it sounded like a male and a female talking. It sounded more outside, I think. Maybe, I don't know. I could have been inside. Indeed, yeah. Indeed. Right, let's go and make more coffee.
He lied.
Who lied? Well, I didn't fucking lie. Not me a liar. But I still need to try to get Karen that diamond ring, you know. So I don't know if she actually responded to that. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that conversation in a minute. I'll update you on that information on what we did last night, me and Karen, in a minute. Let me make my coffee first. Got some guys, but I need to make a coffee. I can't do it in the dark. Well, I only got enough milk to make one more coffee, I think. Might maybe two. I don't know how long I'll be on for tonight, but might keep going days in like that. Right, one blue, one red, £2 each. One red, one pink. Really hurt skin.
Ash project.
Well, let's move this out away from me. Well, I'll do a quick update on what happened yesterday. I'll turn the ghost box off from now again. So last night I did a little stream regarding if my house was haunted, active, or whatever, you know, kind of thing. And I kind of like explained several of the things that have really gone on in here. You know, like the full, well, 3/4 full, but the black apparition that was caught in on the webcam while live on YouTube. Pumpkinhead Perry was able to do like a slowed down version of it, but I never got to get the video to upload. But you know, you can see it on the stream on the actual camera, which was being streamed at the time. The white one, which was an orb in the kitchen, went across the hall, the kitchen from the left to the right, and as it got to the cooker, it expanded upwards and like paused. It looked like a child figure standing on top of the cooker. And again, like, you know, way before those, we caught like a, which we believe was Mary. It's like you could see the outline of a child running from my bedroom door, coming down and going out into one of the doors. I think it was this one, I'm not sure, the kitchen one. And that was when I was just getting up to go out to make a cup of coffee, and we think she was like standing in the doorway and what I was doing. When I said I was going to get up to go make coffee, kind of like scared, and she ran into the kitchen. And like she ran through the kitchen door, you know, she didn't stand there and open it and go through, she just went straight through it, and you could see the outline of it. Then there's the time when a golf ball was actually picked up and thrown at me in the living room when I was doing the Ouija board session. Let's go. I thought I just saw like a shadow movement there. I don't know if I'm going to be able to play that back though. I'll play back. Camera 7. Camera 7, search. It's very hard to do it on this one. So let me fast forward a little bit. You know, as I was talking, I kind of like sort of caught my eye kind of thing. I don't know if it was a shadow or it just could have been really. No, stuff. No, fuck, what did I do that for? $49. What time is it now? I think we'll go back about 2 minutes. can't get it back 2 minutes. 45. No, I can't. Let's do it from 48. It's only like 2 minutes playback. And as we're keeping an eye on that. So anyway, general chat about stuff what's going on in my flat here. For some reason I just said, look, you know, there has been times when I've given people information about stuff, you know. And sometimes it's been like dead on or near dead on. For some reason I just said, look, you know, let's just say one name on the side chat. For some reason I pulled, you know, Karen Lambert's name out. And I said, no, it's all right, you know, let's just see if I can pick anything up, you know. It wasn't planned or anything, guys. And I don't know Karen from, you know, Adam and Eve, you know. I don't have her on Facebook, I don't have her on G Plus or anything like that. She just comes and watches. I'm preparing myself and, like, you know, kind of like tuning in a little bit more to the spirit world, you know, kind of like opening myself up a little bit, yeah. And I sensed two females, one an elderly lady and one a younger lady. And I said that one of them died possibly from natural causes, maybe a heart attack or a stroke or something, yeah. Another one, maybe, I'm not saying it is, but maybe cancer. And then all of a sudden I picked up like this male figure. Like, he wasn't fat, but he was plump, you know. He liked barbecues, you know. I said he definitely liked barbecues and, you know, beer as well. And also I said that someone had a bad tooth, had a lot of pain at the front tooth or something, yeah. Well, towards the end, Karen actually stated that she had lost two females, her mum and her grandma, right, who loved barbecues and beer. And not only that, he had a tooth problem. And I'm thinking, what, how fucking crazy is that, man, you know? No psychic, I'm not no medium, I only get what Abby tells me. And, you know, she said, well, I've done the hard work. No, because she had to go back on the forwards and get the information. All what I was doing is relaying the information, what she was telling me to Karen. And, like, you know, it's like, I don't know Karen don't know me, I don't know nothing about Karen's family. And for me to pick up 3 people that have passed away in Karen's life was, you know, just fucking amazing, you know. And, like, you know, people out there probably say, oh, like, oh, that's all made up, it's all bullshit, he faked it, you know. They kind of like cohorts it. She probably told him, or he's done research on anybody. The only time I will do research is if I'm talking to a spirit person was in either the First World War and Second World War, and they tell me about what kind of like division or platoon they was in, what they served. And that's all I do, is that when they tell me, if his name was John Briggs, for instance, yeah, and he was in the 151st Infantry, and he was in, like, say, in a Maine or somewhere, fighting like the German Panther group, I just, like, and I look up 151st, you know, Maine, and see who they're fighting. And most of the time, that's been kind of like dead accurate. And, you know, people will see me actually load up Google to research it. I don't write it down, you know, because I don't know what or who is going to talk to me that night. Me writing anything down, you know. And I said, like, Karen doesn't know me from Adam or Eve, you know, kind of thing. And to pull out 2 females and a male, she was dead accurate, you know. But, you know, when I said something about her brother had, like, a beard and short hair, you know, she said, well, he did try well, he did change his appearance quite often. So sometimes he had a beard and sometimes he didn't. It's kind of like crazy on what I am given by, you know, my spirit angel, Abby. And I want to say thanks to Abby for helping out. And because it's more her part, you know, she's the one who's going over there. She's the one gathering information from, you know, Kevin's spiritual people, and she's just coming back and feeding me the information and telling Karen. They are trying to communicate with Karen, but Karen doesn't realise, I don't think, she's probably not open up enough, sense that she's trying to be communicated with. And it's another thing I said to Karen is like, you know, it seems like on the odd occasion it feels like your hair's being stroked. You know, even Karen said, yeah, you know, funny enough, that has happened. And, you know, that's more of a grandmother. Because I even said, right, on stream, I said, really kind of like feels like, I don't know if she was a grandmother, but, you know, it's definitely a grandmotherly kind of person. I probably got the ages wrong of her mum. You know, I said like 25 she might have died, you know. But it could have even been the date, the 25th she died, for all I know. But I've got you know, I just got the number 25 in the age she died. But, you know, I can't be right. Abby can't be right 100% all the time. You know, when I said about her brother, you know, I didn't know she had a brother. She was the one who told me at the end, because she kept saying, well, do you want me to tell you, you know, if you're right? Because I said to Karen, tell me if I'm right. If I'm right, say yes. If I'm wrong, tell me, because I want to know if I'm wrong or not. Because then, you know, if I'm wrong, I want to know. If she wants me to stop, I will stop, you know. But I reckon probably at least 75-80% of what I told her was near accurate. And I don't know Karen from Adam and Eve, you know, kind of thing. And it ain't just Karen I've done this to. I've done it to, like, you know, and it ain't just so much their family and friends. It's like one of, like, Femme Force's friends, Jenny. I was talking to Jenny on a hangout once, and I was getting, like, weird images coming through the, you know, through the screen. I took screenshots, and I saw like an image of a father and a son, and then like Abby was telling me about this father and son that they died in a car crash street, not far from where Jenny lives, and Jenny was actually talking to her mum. Funny enough, there has been a lot of car accidents around where her mum lives, and the street number I gave her, there was an actual street number there. Right, if I said 151st Street, there's supposed to, yeah, there was an actual 151st Street there. And the thing is, a father and son did crash and die there. So I didn't know this information. You know, it's just what I've been given. So, you know, I'm not saying I'm a fucking psychic medium, because I'm not. You know, people said I'm a clairvoyant. Okay, maybe I'm clairvoyant. I know I'm sensitive. I know I'm some kind of special communicator with spirits, you know. But, you know, I could be sitting here, and I can't do it with every single person. Like, someone might say, well, can you ask Abby to, like, tune in and see what, you know, kind of thing. Well, I could ask her, but it doesn't mean that she's going to say yes or no. You know, she gets a lot of difficulties trying to, like, communicate with spirits as well, you know. And let's say, like, you know, for instance, where's my stream one? Let's say, for instance, I'm not a medium. I'm not a medium. You know, people have told me that I will medium in time, but I'm not like a medium right now. You know, maybe it's a gift that will come to me later. I don't class myself as a medium. No, I can't and say, right, tonight we're going to speak to the spirits of Joanne D, you know. Bring that a lot of information that could be right or even be wrong. You know, I'm not going to say, you know, what I'm thinking. I'm only saying what I'm being told by Abby. So Abby's doing most of the work. I'm just like, she's using me as a vessel to, you know, pass on the information, you know. Some people might class it as medium, but I don't really class it as a medium. And the thing is, like, you know, she keeps saying, tell Karen about that damn bloody diamond ring. So, Karen, you need to find out if someone had a diamond ring from your mum or your grandma and they've misplaced it. It will be found soon. And this time, when they find it, they need to put it in a special place so it won't get lost again. Like, buy one of those little, she's saying, buy one of those little lock boxes and put it in. Like, diamond ring, diamond ring. So just ask any of the family if they had a diamond ring given to them by your mum or your grandma, and if they've misplaced it. And if they have, not to worry, it will be found soon. And when they find it, they need to put it in a special lock. You need to go and buy a lock-up box where they've got a safe, put it in the safe so it won't get lost again. Oh. Well, you know, I kept getting that last night after the stream when I went to bed. All what I kept getting in my brain was diamond ring, diamond ring, diamond ring, diamond ring. It was like, for God's sake, okay, let me sleep with you, please. You know, about the diamond ring. Yeah, okay, I'll tell her next time I see her. So I've told her. So hopefully Karen will ask about a diamond ring, and, you know, maybe she knows about it. I don't know, but diamond ring. So, you know, it's like Ulrich, for instance, said that he's also got a tooth, right? So, was Abby picking up one person with a one person who is deceased? Right, because Abby said that there's a living person with a tooth problem, and Ulrich said that he's got a tooth problem. You know, but then Karen said, well, her brother also had a tooth problem. So, you know, it can be confusing for Abby when she's got like so much information to be giving. Because, like, you know, sometimes like she might be trying to talk to two, maybe three spirits, and there could be like 10 spirits there shouting through her ear hole and, you know, and trying to communicate with her. And she's trying to concentrate on the ones which is more kind of like not so much special, but trying to communicate with the person who I'm communicating with. So, you know, and she also said, yeah, like, you know, her mum and her grandma visits time to time, but they do come and visit for a couple of hours and go and visit other friends and family. And, you know, she's saying that her brother does visit quite regularly, you know, especially when the family has a barbecue. You can smell that barbecue. And he goes, because he likes, you know, because he loves barbecue and beer. Every time the family have a barbecue and beer, because eats the insects, you know, the smell. I just heard a male voice then. Camera's still on playback. So I feel like every time you have a barbecue, he's there. The only thing she did not do was give me the names, because like she won't give me names much now. Because I, you know, if she gives the name and it's the wrong person, then it can not just make Abby feel kind of like me upset for giving out the wrong name, plus it'll make the other person I'm passing the information on also upset. So such like Karen. That's why I didn't get no names. So she's doing it that she'll pass on a message, and, you know, she'll say whether it's like family or friend, you know, with the grandmother, you know, said that she loves you, your mum loves you, you know, your brother loves you, they all miss you. They do all come and visit you, she's saying, but I don't want to say the names because like sometimes she can get the names wrong as well. So you know, unless she does get the name and she's 100% correct with the name, then she'll tell me. Sometimes she's told me names, and like I said, like, you know, does anyone know a certain name? You know, I say it to the viewers, does anyone know a name by, you know, such and such? The world, like, you know, I believe he's deceased or she's deceased. Yeah. Okay. I believe it's a family member or close family member. Yeah. And then I just like pass on any kind of message that they might give Abby to give to me, to give to the person who I'm talking to on the chat. But I'm not a special person, you know. I don't class myself as anything special. I just do what I do, I suppose. And if it means like communicating spirits and passing on messages, that is part of the proof that there are there that it's communicating with us and using us to pass on messages. So, you know, I don't research anyone. I swear on it. You know, I didn't get the Bible. I can find the Bible. I can't find the Bible. You know, I'm not 100% religious, but I always swear on the Bible when I'm telling the truth. You know, oh shit, what happened to my camera? Got stuck. Ah. I mean, the camera's got stuck under the jumper. Only, like, I do not research anyone because I don't even know Karen's on Facebook or got any personal information on Google or anything, you know. I just tell the people the information I get passed on to me by Abby. You know, as she said, she can get things wrong, I can get things wrong. But, you know, I'm not trying to be big-headed, but, you know, out of all the people, I reckon at least 70% of the information, maybe 80% of the information I've passed on to people have been, you know, either nearly dead on or accurate, you know, kind of thing. There's been, you know, the odd couple of things where, you know, it's been kind of like wrong, but not wrong as in like, you know, and like, well, maybe, you know, the person who's there trying to communicate with you might have been a fatherly figure, was trying to be a fatherly figure to you, but, you know, wasn't a fatherly figure. No, he wasn't a father. And I just pass on the information that I get. And if people want to believe it, and they believe it, they don't, you know. It's their opinion. You know, the thing being is, oh, evening, Chris, and I've got the other one, Chris, and Ricky. Chris, and Ricky, I've remembered it. Hello, guys. As I say, you know, I'll just give you what I get, and that's it. And if I'm wrong, and that makes Abby wrong, and it makes us both a little bit kind of upset that we were wrong. So she tries to be more careful, and I believe that she double checks the information before she tells me, because she don't want to get the information and just pass it straight on, knowing that it's either right or wrong, you know, because if it is wrong, it makes her look like a bit of a fool, don't it, in the spirit world, I suppose. Oh, we got a female we're going to talk to on the Ouija board in a minute, Linda Thomas. Finish off my coffee. I'll stick the ghost box back on for a few minutes. See my mate. Well, he's not my mate. I just watch his channel, Act Jigger. He does remote detecting stuff. Hello. Who's with us? Dan? Who's Dan? Dan the Piper Man. Help you? What kind of help do you need? Who's asking for help? Can anyone try to set up some device in the kitchen or in the living room, make the K2 meter or the DC box work? Hear them in the living room, but I'll be able to see them. No, sometimes I'll even pick up a name and I'll ask if anyone knows that name in. Like, for instance, if I said Gerard, does anyone know a Gerard? Then they say, yeah, I know a Gerard. Then I say, right, is this Gerard deceased? Yeah, they say, yeah, then it could be someone who they know. And I just say, well, I just picked up this name. I think he's trying to communicate with Abby or me. Straight to me, you know. Why, I don't know. Well, it's like Linda Thomas I've got, who's going to come through in a little while. What do you prefer to be called, spirits or ghosts? What do you prefer to be called, spirits or ghosts? 3 times. Some of you have said that you like to be called ghosts. I think we can only call you ghosts unless we see you physically. It's not the name Thomas, it's Linda Thomas. So it's not a male's nut, it's the surname is Thomas. And I also think, like, you know, when I'm doing something like I did with Cameron, you've got to have permission, you know, not just me, but Abby to go and talk to them. Be there. Probably do one stream during the week, probably on a Wednesday or Thursday, and then I will do one on Sunday because Abby said, yeah, Sunday. She just said Sunday. On Sunday, we're going to do a stream on Sunday. Boarding now, And Navy said she's going to try. She's not promising, but she's going to try and make something move. And if she does, that'd be brilliant. Yeah, who called me? Or is that your name, Steve? His name a lot on here. On the Ghost Box.
Do we have 4 animals?
Or cat. You like the cat? Let's try a quick EVP here. Right, guys, I'm going to stop the Ghost Box for me. I'm going to try a quick EVP. Right. Media, audio. Oh, yeah, that's right. So I'm going to put it there so you can see that I'm not touching it or doing anything with it. You might hear me chair squeak a little bit because I will have to bend over and get my drink. I'm going to ask a couple of questions. That'll be it. And we're concentrating. Taking my cup out in the kitchen, go to the bathroom and do the second Ouija board session. Spirits. If you prefer to be called spirits, I'll call you spirits. If you want to be called ghosts, I'll call you ghosts. What do you prefer to be called, spirit or ghost? The female's name who wants to talk to me on the Ouija board. Can you please come forward and shout out your first name? What kind of drink am I drinking at the moment? Is it chocolate, tea, coffee, or oxtail gravy? Who's making noise in the kitchen? Who's banging in the kitchen right now? Can you tell me the name of the spirit who's banging? If that is a spirit banging, who is it? And finally, if you've got anything you want to tell me, can you tell me now? I'll give you about 20 seconds to tell me a message from now. Okay, thank you. All right, guys. Come on, tell me which. Well, I'm just going to take my cup out. I'm not going to wash it up. I'm just going to put it in the sink. I'm going to take some thermal shots in the kitchen because it's making me feel I might. I'm not saying I will, but you know, I have a possibility of catching something. Shadow. Oh, fuck. Missed it. Who's in the living room? Oh, my shadow. Verbal sets of capture. Oh, something else. Little cold spot right down my back and I wonder what the fucking hell that is. It's the reflection of me on the tiling. Damn, it's getting cold in here. I heard you moving. Where are you? Why is that red hot? I just heard movement here. So just in my head again. Alright, hang on. Let's turn this off. Right, okay, sorry. Right, I definitely saw a shadow down the hall. It was right here, and it looked more kind of a child-shaped figure. And I went to capture it, but I realised I didn't set it to capture mode. And as I went to get it, as I put it on to capture mode, as I went to click capture, it just kind of like fades back into the door. But I'll turn this on. You know, I could say it's like the cold spot. I don't know, but look how dark it is right there, where the cat is, and that's where I saw that childlike figure down near the back of that little cupboard, just here. That's where I caught that kind of like, you know, why the hell is that dark there and not on the rest of the door? Because if that was cold spots, that would be on all the door, you know. And here, I don't know, you can see that right there. I've got an image of a woman's face there. Yeah. And it's like a long, and that's not my body. I'm not thin. Look, right there, right down here. But in the corner, looks like a face there in the corner. Looks like 2 or 3 things there. That circle there is the mirror. And that looks like it's caught something in there. Then you got this here. Right. And I can get the camera sorted out again. The head is a bit more awkward, but it's right here, right where my finger is right there. I can see a head there. To the tall, lanky kind of body. And it's more like head height as well. To me to try to get this. Right there. Now. Just the head. It's like next to the shoulder. I can see a head there. Trust you, bloody, to see fucking boobs. You pervert. I'm seeing a few things here. And here's another picture of it, the same kind of person. Okay, thank you. Scared the shit out of me then. And then there's this one here, which is a long hair kind of head, face, body. Okay, thank you. We're going to do the Ouija board in a minute. Can you stop that? Thank you. You need to stop it because it's going to make me lose concentration and I ain't going to be able to do the Ouija board session. I know you're probably reminding me. Now, as you know, I put a new battery in that last night. And that shouldn't go crazy like it is now. Right, okay. Stick that back on the main channel. Where's my polos gone? That's loud. That's a strong signal. And I can't beat setting that off when I'm in here, can I? So, you know. I hate this fucking chair. I hate the bloody black pillars I'm sitting on as well. A little bit of talcum pad on the hands. Yeah, okay, we're going to start the Ouija board. Can you stop it, please? I'm going to come and turn it off. Right, I'm just going to turn it off while I do the Ouija board. I can't do that where that's going off. I appreciate you set it off, but I need to do the Ouija board and don't keep going off. I can't do it. Look, set the K2 meter or this. Set that off. Or set that off. Not the red pot all the time. It's too sensitive for you, spirits. I know it is. I don't think that was Abby then. I feel like that was someone, maybe one of the kids fucking around. Right, again. Keyboard, planchette. I use this mostly now. It's falling apart a little bit though. Need to get a new. The plastic's coming off it. Right, so what happens is that spirits, professor as a tool, they use their hands, their arms, and their energy to make us move. They are actually making us move this because they request us to move this, okay? Because they want to tell us something. Tell us it's by spelling out words, sentences, and the only way they can do that is use us. You know, they put the message in our mind to spell it out. It's not like they will say, like, let's say my name's Stephen, because it could be like Stefan or, you know, and like sometimes they might say a name, and as a spelling, I'll get the full name straight away, and I can say, okay, like, you know, if it's like Stephanie, that they don't STEPHENIE, whatever it is, then okay, now let's split it out because I could think that they mean Stephen or Stefan or something, you know. So sometimes when they spell the words out, I can actually pick up the full word before they actually finish spelling the word out, if you see what I mean. But I don't know what message they're going to tell me word out as they go along. So, like, you know, for instance, they might say, what a shitty day, you know, and out. Because when they say what, I don't know what they're whatting about, do I? You know, so it's just common sense, really. And I'm not faking this, you know. Many people watch me do this. You know, yeah, I'm moving the planchette because the spirits are using my arms, my hands, my energy to move the planchette. But my hands ain't solid down, you know, so it's like my fingers are gently caressing, you could say. So it's like very, very kind of like barely touching. Sometimes I might just use the 2 fingers, 4 fingers. So, you know, and normally I'll start it open with by doing Ouija. Okay, so I invite those spirits who wish to come through and communicate with me. I ask Abby to stay on the sideline for now. And if there's a Linda Thomas who wishes to come through and communicate with me, I invite you to come through and use what energy you need. I can give you my permission to use some of my energy, as long as you do not harm me in a negative way, because if you do, this session will end very quickly and you will be moved. But I do understand that, you know, spirits do affect us in certain ways and they don't mean it. So if it does start, you know, getting a bit, you know, I'm getting a major headache because you died with a head injury or a heart attack and my heart's pounding quicker, or, you know, I was stabbed and I can feel like the stabbing pain, I'll ask them to back away in the night and not, you know, do that as much kind of thing, you know. So anyway, you know what I mean. By the way, I think Cat's going to stream later on tonight. I don't know if I'm going to be there, but I'll try later. Right, okay, so any spirits, actually not any spirits, Linda Thomas, are you here? Would you like to come through and communicate with me? My hands, my fingers, my energy to move this planchette to these letters, numbers to spell out a message for me, please. If you want to say hi, just say hello, and we go from there. Back's burning, itchy-fied. Don't be afraid, Linda. Speak to many spirits. You don't know how to use this, ask Tina. She'll show you. All you got to do is use my hands to make this move. Sometimes it can take a few minutes for them to build up the energy. Sometimes they say that they want to talk and they don't want to talk. They don't bother. They just say, nah, made up, changed my mind. Linda, are you here, sweetheart? Come on, use my energy. Use energy around the room. Come on. Don't be afraid. Tina, is she here? Yeah. Just. Afraid to talk. So I will talk to you on her behalf. That's okay with you. Yeah, that's okay, you know, but I would like to try to get her on there. So if she don't want to come on, maybe when she feels a bit more kind of relaxed and unafraid, you can let her jump on. Okay. So where does Linda come from? What town? What part of the UK is she? Is she from the UK? And if so, town is she from? Dartford. I know Dartford. what year did she pass away? Well, 1946. What I do when I'm talking to Spirit, I'll write down some of the information. 46. So that's 18. So was she born around about 1893? 1894. Okay. So where in Dartford? Watling Street. And what kind of job did she do towards the end of lifespan? Factory work. Building. Tank. Parts. Interesting. I know there were factories down there. Was that factory the old paper mill, or was it near the paper mill? No, but not too far. There. She said. Was it near anywhere near Temple Hill? Okay. Near the river. Yes. I think I know where. Oh, I've got goosebumps going all down my back. Right. I think I know where she means, because I know Dartford somewhat. So I was born in Dartford. So where the train station is, yeah, the actual main station. If you go up further, then there's another bridge in there, yeah. But if you come out the train station, go under the bridge, think right, and probably walking distance, about 5 minutes walk, and then you turn left down like a roadway, and that's where some factory used to be. Is that where she might have done? You did on Steve. She said, okay, well, I know that bit because that's where my cousin Kevin got knocked down and killed by drunk drivers. So okay, thank you. So yeah, I know that bit because Kevin died in that area. Kevin's a bit kind of like cute. Well, not too cute. He's one I don't think understands what I'm doing, to be honest with you. Well, I think I've spoken to him once or twice, but I know where you mean. And that river actually goes up towards the Thames, don't it? Yeah. So how long was you working in the factory for? Years. Since I moved to Dartford in 19. So you moved to Dartford in 1915. So where did you live before Dartford? Ways in. Okay. Is that anywhere near the old? I don't know if it's still there, but there used to be a Navy base there. Yes, not far from there. Maybe a few miles away from there. Okay. Well, I know that there used to be a naval kind of base over there. I think because my sister actually went out of a guy who was I believe, in the Navy, and I went up to Gravesend on his motorbike one day on the A2. You know, the A2, man, like zooming up there like 80 mile an hour. Hold on to the back of the bike so I won't keep coming off, and like every time, like he said, bend, like lean over, and I'm thinking, are we going to lean too far and like come off this bike? Because like, he leaned over a lot. Anyway, but yeah, the A2, suppose she knows the A2. Yeah, okay. So first of all, I want to say thank you for your help, during the war effort. It's a shame that there was a Second World War, but you having to build the tanks. If it weren't for you helping to build the tanks, that scared the shit out of me. We might have not have won the war. So thank you for your help and your service towards king and country. Glad to help. She said, tanks was the main factor of the war and aircraft. Yeah, aircraft. Well, I suppose aircraft, tanks, and ships. Well, any kind of vehicles really. It helped. If we didn't have them, we'd be walking. Well, I wouldn't be walking, but the British would have been walking God knows how many miles if we didn't have, aircraft, tanks, vehicles, ships. So you're as part of the war effort in one way. So was you married? You never not married, so you had no kids. Okay, sorry to hear that. So you said 1946 died. Can I ask what caused her death? Drugs. 50s. It was part of the rage. So I to be part of it and died from an over. Sorry, that's where I really am. Which drugs were never invented, but you know we need drugs for medical purposes. You know, so what kind of drugs was it? You know, whatever types. Okay, I know in the 70s, early 80s, they were using like blues. I don't know what they call them, but they nicknamed them blue. You know, I don't know if you guys ever seen Quaterphenia, where you know they break into that chemist and they find this great big pot of blue, you know, and they take them to like get kind of phased out, as you probably mean, but don't know the actual chemical name from it, and I'm not going to ask you. So, was the factory your only job, or did you work in anything else? I'll ask you another question. As I don't wish to answer about work. Okay. Can you just answer yes or no? Right? Think the question, because I know you can read my mind. But was you okay? Fair enough. Thank you. Well, I'm not going to say that I know, because I'll get it in my fault. You know, I don't know why, but okay. So I can understand that. So did you have many boyfriends? Too many. To count. Okay. So why have you come to talk to me tonight? What's your reason? Say hello and So you've been stuck on Earth plane for, say, 80 years. And, okay. Now, how did you know about me then? Another spirits. And Abby told me about you and how you help spirits to move on and be with God and me. Members. Okay, I can do a prayer for you. Would you like Abby or Tina to do your crossover? Okay. Right, before I do that, who's making all the noise in the kitchen? No, you and Tina. Sorry, I need you. Hey, that's all right. You know, at least we got evidence that there's someone in the kitchen. I always said that the kitchen's always active. So you must have come through a portal, yeah? What portal and where in the flat did you come from? The room mirror on the wall. To ask for help. Okay. What kind of person was you like? Was you like happy, cheerful, miserable, sad? Happy most times, but can be down on drugs. Okay. What did you look like? Slim, tall, and dark. Dark enough. Did I just try to capture a picture of you in the hallway? Was you in the hallway just about 15 minutes or so ago? Just going the kitchen. So, one or two more quick questions, okay? I don't want to keep you too long. Did you have any brothers and sisters? And how many? They all work in the factory. Only you, okay. Have your three sisters, I suppose, well, I'm pretty sure your mum and dad have, but have your three sisters passed over? So do you think they were waiting for you in heaven? I'm pretty sure they will be. I'm damn well sure they will be. So all right, then what I'm going to do is white light. Actually, are you or was you religious? Very until I was about 42 when the drugs started. Okay. Right, so you believe in God. And you believe in the devil. Okay. What I'm going to do, yeah, I'm going to visualize a white light. You can come in here, light in the kitchen. It's up to you. Kitchen. Please. Do you want me to come to the kitchen or do you want me to stay here? Stay there as I'm afraid of this. Okay, right, what I'm going to do then, I'm going to try to visualize a white light in the kitchen, yeah, in a minute. And I'm going to ask you to step into that white light. And Abby or Tina is going to guide you into that white light and guide you through into that light and up to the heavenly stairwell or the tunnel, whatever it is. Never have been told whether it's a tunnel. I suppose it's like a stairwell going through a tunnel, actually. But whatever it is, it's a white light. And you need to cross into that white light and ask God to forgive you for any sins that you have done. And He will forgive you straight away because He does not judge people. And He will forgive you for anything that you've done bad, like taking drugs in the past. And then all you got to do is step into that white light, and Tina or Abby or both of them will guide you through, and hopefully you'll make your family. No, thanks, Steve. Hope it works. I'm pretty sure it'll work. I've not failed yet. I'm going to say thank you for coming through and talking to us, and give me a few minutes, yeah? Not a big bang in the kitchen. I think she's getting ready. Yeah, just don't be afraid. You know, go into the light. It's not going to harm you. Just don't go into a dark light, you know, blackness, because that takes you the opposite way. And if anyone calls you and tells you that you're going the wrong way, because we have got a nasty one in here who will probably try to stop you crossing over, but don't listen to them. Listen to Tina and Abby, okay? Okay, thank you. All right. Tina. Right, you okay with that, yeah? Okay. Right, if it works, I'll keep this open for a little while, yeah? I'll call you back to see if it works or not. Hopefully it works, we don't normally fail. Right, so I don't know where my prayers are. I normally have a prayer that I say, but the thing is, the ones I've got with me at the moment is more of like moving negative energies, like St. Michael's one, horses, the light of God. Like what I do is I'll have to make one up. I'll make one up. Yeah, okay. These ones are more of a protection prayer. I'll do the Lord's Prayer and then I'll make one up. Right, okay, so if it's working, guys, trying to make a sound or make one of the devices go off and let us know. If you can't, I'll talk to you on a Ouija board in a few minutes. Okay, right. I've done this for a while. Right, I'm going to visualise a white light and that white light into the kitchen. Notice that camera just went all twinkly then. If you wish to touch those crosses in the kitchen, Linda, feel free to. Okay. Okay, so Heavenly Father, I ask you to help cast a white light in the kitchen for that spirit to cross over in. Name's Linda Thomas. And any other spirits that need help crossing over. So I ask you to send that light down that pathway that will lead them up to your heavenly gates. I was having Tina to help Linda and many other spirits to walk into that light and guide them safely into your heavenly care. I ask that Linda's family, friends, loved ones come to the pearly gates and await her arrival so she can be once again reunited. Friends, family, loved ones. And I ask you to forgive any sins that she may have done. Do not judge her. She's sorry for taking drugs and she wants to be forgiven. And forgive any other spirits that are also being guided into that white light. Allow those to cross over in love and peace. This I ask in your holy name. Right, guys, you need to walk into that light now. And under the Lord's Prayer, you should all cross over safely. Our Father, right in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy shall be done, on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Give us our trespass, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Deliver us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Walk into that light. Be guided up that stairwell, or through that tunnel, whatever it may be. And I ask the angels to come down and help if requested. And help them to get to those pearly gates so that their friends and family and loved ones are reunited. This I ask in the name of Jesus Christ, our Saviour. Amen. Go in peace, love, compassion, friendship, and God bless. Goodbye. I don't know why, but I see like twinkles on the camera, and they usually say that is like, you know, spiritual energy. I do feel that she's gone. I don't know if the car came down or not. I wasn't really looking. I had my eyes closed. So, right, okay. So, Tina or Abby? Hope it worked. Yes, she went. Peaceful and is now with family. Well done, Steve. Thanks. No worries. So, who ought to cross over? Was it Tina, Abby, or both? As she requested us both to us over. Thanks. Again, Steve. Well done. No, I've got to say thank you to you two girls, you know, Tina and Abby. You know, again, it's like team effort, teamship. You know, I'm just visualizing the white light. I don't even know if the white light even works after time. Yes, it does work. Trusting yourself and trusting God. Right, no, I'm not trying to doubt myself. Just that, you know, I feel like guilty if like someone doesn't cross over. Any of you or I have like kind of like visualised white light, and they kind of still too afraid to cross over. You know, if they don't cross over, I feel like maybe it can work. But if it's only working, it's working. So, but yeah, it's like team effort once again. Appreciate your help, guys, and for you, Tina, to like, you know, talk on his behalf. So at least, like, you know, and she knows Dartford. I don't know who goes in, but I know that there used to be a naval place down there. And yeah, great. So anything else we need to do? No, there's some rest and talk. Later in the week. Okay. Yeah, maybe Wednesday or Thursday. I'm not sure what day. Okay, she says, all right, cheers. Later then. Goodbye. No, spirits can come through and communicate with us. This session is now done with. Any doorway, portal, or opening I've made open is now closed and protected with that love and light. And our spirits can come through and communicate with me until I reopen this board and open any doorway, portal, or dimension and allow those spirits to come through and communicate with me. Until then, this session's over and done with. Thank you. Goodbye, 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 and goodbye. Finished. So that was Linda Thomas, 53. You kind of more requested help cross over because she'd been like earthbound for 80 odd years. She was afraid, I suppose, to ask for help to cross over. She heard from me from the spirit world and from Abby, and she just come through to ask if we could help her to cross over into the, you know, the afterlife and be with her friends and family. She told us that she worked in a factory in Dartford, and there were a few factories in Dartford, so I know that for a fact. My mum, Barbara, actually worked in a paper mills in Dartford, and there are factories on the other side of the railway. I don't know if they're still there or not, but they used to be when I was like a little kid, you know, when I was about 10, no, probably younger than 10 actually, 10, 12 years old, maybe even in my early teens, I think they were there, because I remember like there was a river, but it's like in kind of like parts, you know, it's like junctions. So like boats would like, you know, they were coming in to go to one, they had to come down like a channel, then turn into like another channel and then into, so there's like, you know, several channels there. And that river actually led all the way Gravesend. You know, the river at Gravesend is part of the River Thames, and where those factories were, cousin Kevin was killed by drunk drivers. And you know, I've spoken to Kevin once, but he's not too keen. No, he doesn't like coming through and talking really. You know, but I've actually visited his grave and his dad's grave, my Uncle Reggie, who are buried in Dartford. And, you know, I think he understands what I'm doing, but he's kind of temperamental, you know, he doesn't really want to come through and talk too much. You know, I know he's crossed over, but he just doesn't like coming down and talking, you know, about this kind of stuff, which I can like kind of like respect him for one way, I suppose. Like if I was like dead and, you know, crossed over and I had someone talking like I am, I'll probably be like coming in, well, who is this fucking guy? You know, is he some kind of cuckoo? You know, is he cracked? Why does he want to talk to dead people for, you know? And, you know, I do it because I'm trying to learn the truth, as I said, you know, find out what happens when we die and why we still hang around and, you know, talk to people like me, you know, spiritual communicators, as I class myself. If we can get a message from these so-called poor passed away people and pass on these messages to living people, then that's all fine by me, you know. So yeah, I didn't think I was going to do this before my dad died, you know. I was interested in the paranormal, yeah, but you know, I didn't think I was going to be doing this not until after he died. And it was like something saying to me, well, your dad's here, you know, he's proved that he's here, you got an EVP from him, you've seen shadows, you know, he opened the bedroom door, gave you like sleep paralysis accidentally once. So, you know, you got that bit of proof that something is going on, and you know, if you're seeking more proof, you need to continue. So that's what I did. I continued, and pretty interesting things here in the flat. But I've also caught a lot of good stuff outside, you know, and you know, if I can do this until the day I die, I probably will do. You know, I believe everyone's got certain gifts, and you learn from those gifts. And as you're learning, you learn more new gifts. So, like, you know, so I don't class myself as a medium, but they have said that, you know, I will become some kind of medium later. Psychic, I don't know, but you know, I'm definitely some kind of like spiritual communicator. I'm sensitive, you know, I can feel them and sense them around me. The only thing is, I'm not really seeing them. Thing they reckon I'm going to be doing is actually seeing ghosts or spirit people at some stage. And who knows, I've not already seen one, you know, that one in red cloak when I was on the bus that time. That's kind of weird. And, you know, I've seen like these white, fuzzy, wavy things that could like be ghosts, for I know. You know, and that was in the second temporary accommodation. And I was doing a little Ouija board on the Android tablet, what I was using at the time. And I physically saw a white object come out of the bathroom and go from the bathroom and went straight across the kitchen unit. And it kind of like freaked me out a little bit. I went, okay, thank you. And I asked who it was, and it said, Dad. So I went, well, okay, can you do that again? But can you actually go from where you just finished walking back to the bathroom? And I swear I saw this white object, and it's like, you know, human size, but it's like very thin, and it kind of just went back along the kitchen unit and into the bathroom door. And I got up and I opened the bathroom door to see who was in there, or if anything was in there, and there wasn't nothing in there. Maybe that was, you know, my dad's ghost, if you want to call it a ghost, or his partial manifestation, or, you know, his spiritual aura. I don't know. But I remember it, you know, and I don't need to lie about it because it's one thing I always will remember. And I also remember the time in the same, you know, accommodation where my bed shook fucking violently 3 times in one night. And it's that bad, it actually broke the bed itself. and I had to report the next day that the bed was broken. But I didn't say who, what, or, you know, think it was that broke the bed. Bought a fucking cheap bed, it's broken. And he goes, oh no, it shouldn't have broke that quick. You know, brand new bed. I had to wait for like the bottom bit to be replaced. And that wasn't new. That's a second-hand fucking piece of shit they gave me. But, you know, I believe that I've actually had some really unusual things happen. You know, the good majority of it is not actually being caught on camera. And I'd like to catch them on camera. So I can say, well, like, you know, yeah, I saw a spirit person. Look, you know, I've got it on fucking video. It's actually standing there. The only one good thing I did get was actually saw it in my bag, actually. I think it's in this one. Oh no, it's over there. I've still actually got this one. See, but it's on Facebook. But this was at Kenny's house, and I was taking photos of the mirror that she had, and she always said that she felt that mirror had a very strange energy. There's me taking the camera there, you know, the flash, and right beside me, right there, is a little boy. Can you see it? Now look, that's me. That's me here, and the flash is actually covering my face up because of the flash, you know, the reflection of the mirror. You can definitely see a little boy standing there. And I've tried to like see what it is. It looks like a green jumper and like black pants. But not only that, you know, I noticed that if you look here, there's a face popping out the door right here. The boy is, there's another face here. So possibly 3 children. I believe that is Dexter, because Kenny actually said to me, right, that she has seen the name Dexter. Her kitchen window, not just her, but her friend also saw it at the same time. When they were cooking, all the window was misted up. Back in to check the cooking, they looked on the mirror and they saw the name DXSTBR scribed in the steam on the window, and it was only her and her friend there. Now, Kenny has got a child, yeah, but her child was at school. I took that. Her child was at her mum's house. Right. Now, that is the spirit of the white child. Kenny and her son are black. To explain that. And there weren't no children there, you know. So I've always, you know, kept a copy of this, although it's got a lot of pinholes. But I've got the original up on my Facebook somewhere. And I might have it on the computer somewhere, I'm not sure. But that was amazing. You know, I didn't even see that until I got home and I started scanning through the pictures. And when I saw that, I thought, what the fucking hell is that? And I kept having to look. And when I saw it as a child standing next to me, I kind of like freaked out. I thought, fucking hell. A ghost child standing next to me. But the weirdest thing is, I didn't feel him or see him. Window. Oh, I mean, I didn't see him in the mirror. I didn't have no cold spots next to me. No, I just felt the whole house was like quiet. But was I fucking wrong? You know, a ghost child standing next to me. So, you know, you could say that, well, you saw a ghost. No, I didn't see it with my own eyes. The camera caught it. Just like, you know, most of the stuff I've caught on camera. The camera caught it. I want to actually physically see a fucking ghost. Then I can say, yeah, 100% that ghost spirit people exist. Because, like, you know, a white shivery object could just be my imagination. Like, I want that 100% pure proof. Actually, physically seeing a ghost, and the video camera, is catching at the same time, and you can see the ghost on the video. Because I can say, well, I've seen the ghost. Oh yeah, prove it. Well, there's the video proof. Then people are going to fucking even believe me even more. Then, I'm trying to get it to prove a point. You know, that's what we're all trying to do, is prove a point that ghosts fucking exist, or spook people exist. And some people have got, you know, amazing evidence of, you know, on pictures, camera, and video, like I have with Jordan's Wood, you know, that monk or whatever it was, and those couple of little stocky kind of like bent over people I've caught on camera. Never saw them with my own eyes. There's the video camera that caught it. A part of the process, you know, is that what I'm supposed to do first is get the evidence on camera or actually physically see them. It possibly could be. I don't know. That's why I do what I do. I enjoy what I do. I like what I do. I love what I do. And if I can prove to people that, you know, there's fucking spirit people and ghosts out there, then I will do. Life. And if I can't get that evidence while I'm still alive, I'll tell you one thing, yeah. If I know someone out there who's still alive, who is doing this, and I know they're doing this, I'd go fucking back and I'd haunt their ass until they got the pure evidence they need, and then I will cross over. Now, I'm not saying I won't cross over, first of all, to be with my dad and other family. Yeah, I will. But I will come back, you know, whoever I think is the most most sensible and respectable paranormal investigator that I may have known for a certain amount of time, and he's still trying to seek the same kind of truth. And if I can come back and give him that proof, I fucking will do. I'll tell you that for one thing. So, you know. Well, as you know, guys, I can't read the chat, sorry, because I've been too busy blabbing and doing this and that. Now, I'll tell you a little bit about Dexter, actually. He's actually told me himself as well. Dexter actually did live in this area, Mitcham, in the 1940s. Either 9 or 10 years old. And, as you know, was the higher power, and they tried to take Britain over by, you know, sending all the bombers, and Hitler really wanted the UK at one time, but upon us, but you know, before he gave up, they sent out, you know, so many fucking aeroplanes and German bombers. Mitcham was completely obliterated, apparently. It was like, I don't know if Dexter was with his family. I suppose he was, but I do know that he was trying to take shelter in like, you know, the basement of his house. The German bombs, you know, being how big they were, they just like blew up and destroyed his house, and he got crushed under all the brickwork. He's been roaming around Mitcham until they actually started renovating and, like, you know, putting new buildings up. Reason, he found his way over into Kenny's. Now, did he originally live where Kenny lived? I don't know. Now, I don't even have Dexter's surname, I don't think. But I would like to. I said to Dexter and Leonard, I'd like to talk to them both again one day, and get their surnames and try to actually see if there's any kind of research I can do on them. I know, you know, Leonard, he died fucking drowning in Mitcham Lake, and that's like publicly known. That's in the newspaper of a guy walking across Mitcham Common one night, and he sees this white object, and he sees a little boy riding a white bicycle, and the guy had just like finished the late shift and he was walking across the common when he saw it. And you know, that was like publicly known because that was in the papers. Leonard's story about him drowning is in the papers. Publicly proved that, you know, someone that died there. And me, Simon James, Aaron, we've all caught like Leonard's name over there on EVP and on the Ghost Box, you know. Dexter, you know, Mira at Kenny's. I said to Dexter, you know, if you want to come home with me, you know, you can come home with me. I shouldn't have done, you know, because I wasn't known I shouldn't be asking spirits to come over with me, but I felt kind of sorry for him. I said, when you come home with me, you know, it should be okay. I can evil little sod for I know, but he is a mischievous little sod sometimes, I know that. But yeah, like, you know, he came home and him, like in the living room, you know, I've taken pictures before in the mirror, and in the reflection of the mirror you can see like standing right near the door, and I can point out where in the door. I've taken photos with the mirror which you can't see because of the camera, and there's a little boy standing there, and I asked who it was and I went, it was Dexter, and he was like peeking around the wall, seen or not, but he did. Now I'll tell you one thing which is a little bit freaky right now. See it that well? But can you see that? It's like a fucking little hoodie monk, like hoodie kind of person. That's freaky. Oh, K2's going off, I think, in there. Are you like the K2 meter up in the living room for me, girls? I ain't gonna audio in there. I'm hearing like a tick, 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 tick. Three. That's in the kitchen. And that's that one up there where the battery's gone flat. So I'm gonna go and change that. Give me a few minutes, guys. I'm not actually going to change the battery, I'm just going to turn that one off. That's because the battery's going flat. Bloody cold in here again. Right, what I want to do. Oh, shit, just bang fucking foot. I'm going to do a quick EVP in the living room. You won't be able to hear me. Quick 2-minute EVP with the lights off. It's so cold. when you get that tingling sensation, there's something walking across your arm or foot or leg or something, yeah? Just before I came out, it felt like something was tickling my left foot. I actually felt something hit my leg, but it was just the TV, the old TV monitor there. Let's see if we got anything. I'll tell you one thing what I'm planning to do, guys, and this is going to be fucking freaky as hell. This before I play the EVP. Are you ready? I want to see at least 5 yeses before I tell you what I'm planning to do. And it is going to be fucking freaky. I want 5 yeses or 5 thumbs up before I tell you. If I don't see 5 yeses at least or 5 thumbs up, I'm not going to tell you. Right, Karen's done 1. 2. 3. Only 3 people said yes so far out of 31. I won't do it if I don't see at least another 2 or 3 people say yes. Until I see at least 3 more. Yes, right, okay. 2 more. Right, yeah, 1 more. 1 more. Once. You can't fucking say 3. I want 1 more from one of the viewers. Yeah, I'm not fucking gonna tell you, man. And I mean it. Right, okay, thank you. Right. This, to me, will be fucking freaky. Because as it is, when I go in that living room, yeah, seriously, when I go in that living room, sometimes it does freak me out being in there. Fucking clown hanging up on the ceiling. So what I'm going to do, I'm not saying when, but it's going to be very soon. As I said, I do get freaked out sometimes, and I don't like staying in there for more than half an hour, unless I've got some form of light. You know, like if I'm doing a Ouija board, I've got like a laptop light on or something, yeah. I don't know why I'm fucking gonna do this, man. You know, I've gone fucking house and maybe think that it's not haunted and do hours in there, but I'm gonna have a stream on one night and I'm gonna do a session in there like I normally do. Now, as you know, normally when I finish a session, I'll you know, kind of close down and I'll go sleep in here, yeah. I don't know if I want to do it because it is kind of like, I feel like kind of freaked out and panicky. But I'm going to do a Ouija board in there. I'm going to do a session in there. And thereafter, I'm going to sleep in there for the rest of the night. Seriously, I am. And I'm going to be a fucking nervous wreck, I tell you, man. I really will be, because, like, nephew Aaron slept in there. But he wanted all the dolls covered over here. I'm actually going to be sleeping in there with all the dolls uncovered, as they are. And I'm going to have 2 camcorders. No, I'm going to have my DVR running, a full night stream. But I'm going to have 2 camcorders in there, facing the dolls and facing me. So I've got one facing me and one facing the dolls. I don't know why, but it feels like, Steve, do it. You know, you want this activity, do it. But I don't want it so it's going to like keep me awake and scare the shit out of me. You know, I don't want to be like laying there and then something fucking like 10 dolls are walking towards me, you know, and Steve, we coming to give you a cuddle. I'm going to be fucking freaked out, man. I'll be jumping out the fucking window, I tell you. But yeah, I'm going to do it. Seriously, I'm going to do it. Seriously. I really, really will. I don't know when I'm going to do it. It's not going to be this week because I've got to really try to prepare myself, you know. As it is, we're going to do a stream there this Sunday. And Abby said she's going to try to build up enough energy to move something. That'd be great. She can't, you know. As you know, I've done a Ouija board, not the last Ouija board in there I did, but the one before that, fucking golf ball got thrown at me. The kids mucking around, you know. So, you know, a Ouija board, just think of all the energy I might have kicked in, you know, kicked up, and would have opened a portal where like another 5, 10, 50 or even 100 spirits might come through who I don't even know and start lingering around and thinking, right, okay, wait until Steve goes to sleep and we're going to scare the shit out of him. And like, although I left the, you know, the facing the big screen, because the cat will be in the hallway sleeping anyway, you'll see the actual live stream. Because what I'm thinking of doing is doing it in 2 parts. I'll do it in part 1, such as like going in there, doing some ghost boxing and the Ouija board. After, I'll do 1 or 2 more quick ghost boxes and then finish it off. And then I'll say, right, okay, guys, you know, part 1's ending, and I'm going to start a new fest stream out, part 2. Watch me fucking laying there on the couch sleeping or trying to sleep, you know. Be like, to me, you know, to you might think, fucking pussy, you know, sleeping in his own fucking living room. Yeah, I am, because even when I first moved in this location, the first day I walked in that living room, I felt like we're not the only one here. You know, me and this woman who's showing me around the flat is not the only one here. Else here. And that, you know, is when I started feeling very uncomfortable being in that living room. No, I'll go in and do a Ouija board, and I was sitting there for about half an hour doing an actual session, laptop on, so I can see, you know, what you guys are seeing and, you know, see what you're talking about, kind of thing. But, you know, even Aaron would not sleep in there unless I covered those dolls up, you know, cover them all up. Now, when he came around last time, I said, do you want me to cover the dolls up? He goes, oh, I don't know if I'm sleeping or not, you know, depending on what time we get back. Probably go home, which he did do. I thought about this over the last couple of weeks, you know. I was actually told, you know, sleep in the living room and see what happens. You know, you want that evidence, you know, you want that special thing to happen. I just don't want to be waking up and seeing like 10 ghosts or 10 fucking dolls walking towards me and saying, we're coming to get you, Steve. Because I'll tell you one thing, yeah, I'll have my key with me and I'll fucking get up and I'll just run out that fucking front door and by cat, you know, I'll be back in the morning. I'll fucking stay outside, you know, and I will do. Because I know fear is a main factor for the spirits to use, you know, but no, if I see one spirit person standing there, you know, standing and watching me, that's going to be scary enough, you know. And run out the fucking door. But when you see like 10 people or 20 spirit people standing there, that's going to be more kind of like freaky. And I might not even want to come back in the fucking flat for like a week. I'll probably go and like rent out a bed and breakfast or something for a weekend or something, you know, or a whole week, which I won't be able to afford. Or I'll just go and fucking go to the shops and buy a tent and fucking like tent out somewhere for a week. You know, I need to face, you know, you need to face your fear. I'll be honest with you guys. I do fear going in that living room sometimes on my own when I feel energy is in there. You know, I felt its energy is good, positive, you know, mischievous, bad, like, you know, a fucking spiritual warfare going on there. And I didn't know if I need to be there or not, you know, kind of thing. One of the times I've not even wanted to go into the living room because I have felt like, you know, keep out, you're not welcome here today, you know. Even when I take in, you know, my washing to put on my laundry basket, or washing hanger, I should say. You know, when I go in there, I usually say, hey guys, just coming in to like put me washing up, you know, I ain't gonna be in here too long, you know, just ignore me and I'll be gone. So I really do, seriously, honestly and truly, feel a lot of different energies in there. And sometimes I feel that I'm welcome, like I'm not welcome. I know, you know, my dad, Abby, Tina, and God knows how many spirits in there to help me and guide me and protect me. But if you've got one evil ass motherfucking like demonic spirit in there, much energy, he could always push them away and attack me. Do it. I'm going to have my blessed water in there. I have my blessed salt in there. I'm going to have my fucking cotton chains. You know, I'm going to have, you know, if anything does happen, it happens. If it don't, it don't. But, you know, I'll probably go in there and nothing will happen until I'm asleep. And see, like $10 will cost me. We're coming for you, Steve. Come and play tea party with us, Steve. I'm out. But yeah, I'm going to seriously, honestly, and truly do it. But when, I don't know yet. I've got to kind of like prepare myself, build up my kind of like energy. I need to like not to be too afraid of being in there and sleeping in there. No, I'm not doing it tonight. No, fuck off. No. I say, do it tonight, Steve. Do it tonight. No, I'm not doing it tonight. I need to prepare myself. No. You know, you can ask me 10 million times, spirits. I'm not doing it tonight. No. No, all chuckling. I can hear them chuckling, you know. Doing it tonight. No. Maybe in a couple of weeks' time. No, because I'm going to do the session in there with a Ouija board on Sunday. I'm going to be sleeping in there on Sunday. I've really got to prepare myself, you know. Try not to be too afraid, build up my energy. I'm definitely taking him down, though. Definitely taking him down. Just going in there, you know. Like, out of all the clowns I've got, even that other big one, that one and the one over there, one. I know you can't see him properly that way, but if I do it this way, I think I might be able to. No, you can just see his legs. No, even this fucking Chinese alderman, like, you know, kind of like looked a bit freaky, but that doesn't freak me out as much as that fucking, yeah. What's happening to my camera? You know, him. It's just like, you know, it feels like when I go in there, he's like, you know, you get that feeling when you're definitely being watched, you know, and it feels like, you know, their eyes are piercing down at you, and you get that really uneasy, uncomfortable kind of feeling sometimes. And, you know, when I go in there to sleep in there, I'm taking him down, put him back up in the morning, But the night I sleep in there, I'm taking him down. Just think, I can just, oh shit. Just across the fucking forehead then. Just imagine him taking him down, and in the morning waking up and see him hanging there again, back on the fucking ceiling. Get up there. I don't know. One of I caught it on camera. I really just feel like I've just been scratched across the forehead. I don't think I have. I don't know. But yeah, so I just can't understand. What I can't understand, right, is why we had this real heavy fear factor, you know. Like, I'm fearful of crossing a river on a bridge on a car. You know, I can't swim a fucking doggy paddle, and that'll only keep me up for a few minutes. They're going across the bridge, you know, over a main body of water. I just keep thinking that collapse and the car's going to go down that river, and I'm going to have that horrible death of like drowning. And there's the, you know, the height, like that height phobia kind of thing. I don't like being in high buildings. You know, when I go to a building, I look down, I feel like I'm going to fall, hit that curb, and just like splat myself all over the fucking curb or something here. And even if it's like a balcony, bars, going near the bars in case like it suddenly gives way and you just like tumble down. You know, even when I went, this is what I don't understand though. I hate heights, but I've been on the aeroplane a couple of times, you know, there and back. America, I've been there and back. And although I don't like heights, I want to sit near a window. So, I don't know why. And when you're like 20 fucking thousand feet up and looking down, I get that horrible fear factor for a few minutes. Then it kind of like subsides. And I'm thinking, wow, what a fucking beautiful view. You know, spectacular. See all those like mountain ranges and like, you know, all those like cities you're flying over, you know, really spectacular. But then you think the worst, well, what happens if the fucking window suddenly like blows open, you get sucked out? I'm going to be dead. Still, at least I'll be closer to heaven. I'm thinking, yeah, you know, I'll be closer to heaven, you know. I might die from when I'm like falling 20,000 feet down, you know. I'm going to be dead before I hit the floor. So, you know, or I might die with lack of oxygen, you know, air. But at least I'm going to be closer to heaven if I die, you know, on an aeroplane. But crossing a river, a body of lake, you know, that panics me more. And like sometimes when I'm watching TV and you see these documentaries of people working and building skyscrapers, and they look like this, net harness could snap at any time, and they're like fucking like 1,000 off the ground, and the camera points down and you can see that long drop. It hits me. I'm thinking, oh, and I start thinking dizzy. I'm thinking, no, I can't. I'm grabbing the remote control and turning the fucking channel over. It's really horrible dizziness, kind of feeling. But it still kind of like freaks me out. But I had to start fishing again. I was fishing when I was younger. I wasn't so bad with the water then. I think it was when I was younger. I went swimming, and I tried to learn swimming, but I went under, and I must have had 3 or 4 quite big gulps of water, swimming pool water, and I'm fucking splashing up and down, and I can't remember how I got out, but kind of kicked me off with the fear of water. And then just recently, last 3 years, less than that actually, when I started getting together after trying to take my own life, taking an overdose. One fucking evil bastard on the internet kept causing me, saying that he's going to come and kill me and gang rape me and shit like that. It was only until I was getting myself back together through psychiatrist's help, I decided to go and start doing fishing again, and that water fear kind of like started going away, but it's not completely gone away. I still have that fear if I'm going to go across the bridge. I still had that fear that bridge might fucking collapse. But I can stand near a lake, I can stand near any kind of water. I won't be afraid. But it's when I'm going to cross over a bridge, then it kicks in. And I hate for anyone to go that way, drowning. I even hate, the sensation of like dying in the fucking aeroplane, But I'm trying to fight these fears, and they say showing those fears, to the spirit people, it helps them to communicate with you. So like when you're sitting there and your lights start flashing on and off, bang in the kitchen like we heard earlier, and scared the fuck out of me, they've actually hit the fear factor. And they like that, because the fear they're giving you, they thrive on. That's an energy form. They don't mean to scare you in a negative way. Some will, but not all of them. But when they know that they scared you, kind of an uplift to them, because you've given that energy form to them, and they can use that from that fear that you've released by making more knocks and bangs and creaks and rattles or taps or whatever, So, it's kind of like they're not listening to you, but you know what I'm trying to say, like, fear. I just don't want the Grim Reaper coming like into that living room when I'm sleeping that night saying, Stephen, I'm coming to get you. You've crossed over too many spirits and I'm not too happy. So I'm here for you tonight. Hey, I'll get my fucking sage and my blessed water and I'll throw it all over them and start like lighting up the sage and trying to cast the fucking Green Reaper at no my luck. Right, let's see what's going on in chat. do it. Right, hang on. I think you had said something about you can see a face on the floor. I see a spirit face on the floor in the hallway. Right. This hallway. Camera 6 or 7, 8. Camera 6 or 8. I've got an eerie feeling already, so I'm like, me. And they feel like they're going to jump out and pound on me and go, do, or make a loud knock. And I just get those weird feelings sometimes. I tell you, I'm glad that clown is facing that way. If he was facing the other way, I'd have to take him down. Or we move the camera. Because, like, he just, like, I don't know why, I just feel we're a little bit freaked out with that one now. No, this one I'm okay with. The one my mum gave me, the one with the red hat, I'm okay with. It's just him. Kind of like freaks me out a little bit sometimes, you know. And he is one of the bigger clowns I've got. Alright, well, it's I'm gonna shut this down in a little while. I'm just going to turn off the gear in the kitchen. But I'm going to keep the audio recorder turned on. I'm also refreshing my orange juice. Don't need fresh water back out, so I'm going to need that now. Right, well, thank you for setting off the devices today, guys. Now, so I need to go in the living room. Turn them over to off. I've got to go in the living room and turn them over to off. Fuck! That's turned off. I don't know why, I just feel freaked out with that clown in there for some reason. Well, I'm just going to turn the audio recorder off. Orange juice. know, but I feel like free take on the living room now. But I'm going to turn the lights on, fuck it. Get out of here, you stupid son. I'm going to die young. I'll go in there, right, and I see something fucking like looking up at me. It's a fucking mask. Scared the fuck out of me, I'll tell you, man. And I was only go at that clown. I said, you, mate, when I fucking do the living room overnight, you're coming down. You freaked me out. I said, this one here gave me. I know he looks a bit freaky, kind of like in the dark, but not as freaky as the other one fucking does. I don't mind you coming on, DSR, S-Panel. Thanks for your coming on and viewing, but please ask if you can videos, because what I normally do, they come and click on your link anyway. I'm not trying to be funny, but you know. So I won't come on your channel and say, hey, come watch my videos. Do with like asking and respecting. Mind you, it's done 30 East Drive. Fucking hell, I like to go there. The Life East Drive, yeah. Is it really? You know, is it really freaked out down there? Because like, subscribe to you as well, DSR. Right? Is that many people will say that the house is fucking haunted left, right, and centre, and you know you could go there and not get shit. You know, because I don't believe every single house is as haunted as they say they are, with documented proof. You know, they got documentary proof, then fair enough. I can understand that there's some kind of activity there. It's the most haunted house in the UK. No way. There's worse houses than 30 East Drive, I'll tell you that for one thing. So that house is like as haunted they say it is, you know, even with the video evidence, even tried debunking some of that stuff, you know. There's been several different groups, 30 East Drive, and they've not got shit. They've got any kind of evidence there whatsoever. And, you know, to be honest with you, it's all down to the conditions, really, I suppose, like weather conditions, the EMF, the electromagnetic energy, the earth. You know, all spirits need to like take a downtime and recoup their energies. So how they can say, you know, else in the UK, it's like 24/7, 365. No fucking way. I'm sorry to say. Probably got more activity in my flat than I've had in some of these most haunted locations. Big head or lie, you know, because like people have seen some of the shit that goes on in here. And have I ever had someone come up and say, "Oh, place out"? No. And I've had like a near full blown fucking apparition appear, a full black bodied apparition, a troll size white apparition in the kitchen. I've had things being knocked down and thrown and all weird shit going on here. My house is the most haunted house in the UK. So I don't think my house is haunted. I know it's active with some unknown kind of like spiritual energies, but it's not haunted. Yeah, I can use my Facebook. Got to log on. If you subscribe to you, I will watch those 30 East Drive videos. But, you know, it's like that other well-known one with that girl, you know, that poltergeist levitated. I can't remember what the fucking one is now, but that's supposed to be the most haunted one, you know. Supposed to be the most haunted village in the UK. Screaming Woods, no. Although I caught a moving apparition in Screaming Woods, yes, because I've got it on video. So I say yes, haunted. But as active as it is, no. The screaming you hear is women being chased around weekend nights, you know, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, where their boyfriends are chasing them around. I know because I've been there fucking twice. Right, hang on. Right, 30 East Drive, right, is, let me bring it up on Google. Well, I'll read a little bit about it, yeah, but I'm not going to go through it all because it's like, there is an actual website called 30east.com, which I'll put in the link. It's supposed to be like a family having a lot of like goings on, you know, and it's kind of like drove them away, you know, got them out of the house. They tried selling the house several times. Right. Jean Jo Phillip, 15, and Diana, 12, Pitchard, moved into number 30 East Drive in August 1966. Almost immediately during the hot summer bank holiday, Philip and his grandmother first witnessed a baffling phenomenon, a fine layer of chalk-like dust falling not from the ceiling but level below head height. In an effort to clean up before Philip's returned, Miss Kelly, Philip's auntie, who had been fetched by her mother to observe the falling dust, went to the kitchen for some cleaning implements, whereupon she slipped on a pool of water and had mysteriously, so in other words, this water appeared from nowhere. Her efforts to mop up the water were thwarted by more pools appearing on the aluminum in the floor front of her and Philip's very eyes. So every time she cleared up this water would appear again. This was beginning of several years of incredible, inexplicable events. Green foam appearing from the taps. Toilet, even after the water was turned off. The tea dispenser being active, resulting in all the dried tea cascading onto the work surface. Lights being turned on and off, or off and on. Plants leaping out of their pots on the stairs. Cupboards shaking violently. Photographs being smashed with a sharp knife, and endless list of levitating and throwing objects, including a solid oak sideboard. Dubbed Mr. Nobody by the local press in 1968, the family refer to the poltergeist simply as Fred, perhaps as a way of moralizing it as no number of intellects could persuade the entity to leave the family in peace, and house-proud mother Jean refused to be terrorized out of her house by an entity. Shoved down the stairs, and Fred's hands would appear from nowhere. The Christian songs aimed at shooing, aimed at shooing him off whilst wearing huge women fur gloves. In fact, many of Fred's antics were both amazing and often highly amusing. Like when he calmly poured an entire jug of milk he removed from the fridge. Skeptical aunt leaving the kids in stitches. So anyway, like what he's done is he's got a jug of milk from the fridge and just sort of poured it, you know. The ghost just poured some milk on the floor. Ordinary poltergeists are known for causing grievously bodily harm, and although Fred caused a few bruises and scrapes and a lot of stoppings, in particularly to Diane, seemingly to focus the haunting, it is rare for a poltergeist to become extremely violent and cause physical harm. But in the case of Fred, that indeed became the case. Later on in his residency, when both Philip and Diane were being something, the activity reached a new climatic height when Diane's long hair suddenly standing on its end, followed by her being dragged, kicking and screaming up the stairs, and even left her seriously traumatized and with clearly visible finger marks on her throat. The events that happened at 30 East Drive can be found in Colin Wilson's brilliant book Poltergeist. Here is the link to the Kindle download. So this was like fucking way back in like 1966. So where's all the activity gone from 1966 to now? No one's really caught much activity within the last 10 years, have they? You know, all they've caught is some EVPs and maybe some knocks and bangs. I'll get fucking EVPs and knocks and bangs here, you know. It's just like, that place is not as haunted as they say. Maybe at one time it was, okay, but not now. No way. Because no one's got any real proof evidence that they've been like kind of thing, you know. If it's supposed to be the most haunted place and it's continued to be the most haunted place in the UK, that same evidence, that same kind of like things being done to them, like, you know, their hair being pulled and, you know, scratches and bangs and like, so, you know, did they ever try to find out where this water come from? How about this green mold? You know, I've seen green mold coming out from fucking like sinks before, and it's got trapped in the actual water system. And when you turn the tap on, once you get your water back on, it brings up all this gunge. You need to clear the system. Did they do that? I doubt it. No, in 1966, no, they didn't think about these things. Well, no one did. You know, we're only starting thinking about doing these things and debunking things now, aren't we? You know, you hear or see something in here. At least I try to fucking get up and debunk it. Easy enough to debunk this fucking camera the other day in the hallway. It was like flashing on and off continuously. And it looked like, every time it flashed, it looked like it's bringing up some kind of figure standing here. But I thought, no, that's not a figure. And I got up and I just went and unplugged the fucking camera and I plugged it back in and it stopped flashing on and off. Even the time when the fucking, when I'd done that Ouija board session a few months ago in the living room and that golf ball flew at me. Tried debunking that. You know, seeing if there's any kind of vibration. I jumped up and down to see if the ball would fucking fall down. And when I even just pushed it with my hand, it fell down. Yeah, it fell down, but it didn't bounce like it did previously when it because it kind of like, and then thrown in one way, because like the way it came over at me, it felt like it was being thrown at me. Tried debunking it, you know. I can debunk it. Trying to debunk it on camera, live. How about the dolls in the kitchen when they got knocked down? I've gone in there trying to jump up and down and bang on the sideboard, and they would not fall down. And half an hour later, when I came back in here, the same fucking doll fell down again. That's more fucking activity than these places get sometimes. I'll probably get more activity than fucking, like, you know, Ghost Adventures and Most Haunted and shit like that, but, you know, out there trying to get a fucking name for himself and, you know, get that recognition. I like to share my stuff, yeah, but, you know, where people come knocking on my door, saw a video, you know, of this, like, black apparition. We believe that, you know, your house could be haunted. Could we do a documentary in it? No. And if they did, I say, yeah, oh, I don't mind. It's not so much of money and fame and fortune going on in here, you know. You know, things may have happened in the 1966, yes, but it doesn't mean it's happening now, does it? No. Yes, sir, DSR. So I do graveyards. In graveyards, I've got them on camera. Tunnels, I'd like to do a tunnel. I live. We are thinking of going down to Puckley again one day, me and my nephew Aaron. Because of the Puckley village here, with a mate of mine called Peter, Paranormal 47. And the first time we went down there, we got lost. We couldn't find Puckley village. Well, we found Puckley village, but we couldn't find Screen Woods. We ended up in some fucking farmland, yeah? About 3 different farm fields until we got to like a dead end where the railway tracks were like crossing. So we had to turn back, right? I kind of like went ahead, so I just wanted to get back to the car because it's getting a little bit cold. But I went ahead, and Pete and his son, his daughter, and her boyfriend was like kind of behind me, and I couldn't hear them talking. My EVP recorder, and I just said, "Hey, you know, can you tell us where we are? We're lost." And that one EVP, and I played it back, and I got an EVP of a voice saying, and I thought, fucking hell. And I ran over to Pete, and I told him, I let him listen to it, and we was like, you know, fucking surprised, you know. And then we went back to the village, looked on the map, and found to the fucking Screaming Woods. And we got there. We didn't really get much because we was only there for a short while because it was started raining. But we did plan to go there again the second time. And the second time we did go there, you know, we knew where the Screaming Woods were. And I caught an apparition of someone walking in between 2 trees. It come out from one tree, just moved to another tree, went behind the other tree, and that was it, gone. And it's like a childlike figure wearing a hood. My nephew said to me, "No, that's amazing bit of evidence, you know, and like he'd like to go down there." And we are planning to go down there maybe sometime this year. And we want to do like, because you've got like the so-called haunted graveyard, the railway station, you've got the old factory down there, you've got Screaming Woods, you've got like 1 or 2 bed and breakfasts that are supposed to be haunted, and then you've got like 2 farmhouses that are supposed to be haunted. So we want to try to get in and over 2 nights and, you know, pay for a bed and breakfast. But with, you know, Screaming Woods, yeah, I believe it possibly is haunted because I caught a fucking moving apparition there. It was coming from living people being chased around by their boyfriends during the fucking weekends. Well, that's probably where they got the name Screaming Woods from. But yeah, I do believe Puckley Village is haunted. It's the most haunted village in the UK. You know, I've done a topic on this the other day, you know, where everyone says, "Oh, this place is haunted," you know, the most haunted place in the UK. Then you see a documentary and they say, "Oh, this place is the most haunted place in the UK." Then you see another documentary, "Oh, this is supposed to be the most haunted." How many fucking places are supposed to be the most haunted in the UK? Come on, you know. You know, it's ridiculous. I know, like, there are haunted locations, but it doesn't mean it's going to be haunted 365 days a week, does it? No. They need to, like, rest spirits do. Right. You know, the other group that people who I thought were getting some good stuff, yeah, was Dorset Ghost Investigators. I've even stopped watching them because the so-called evidence they say they get, you know, poltergeist stuff, where I've not seen no poltergeist stuff. to put in their tags to get all the views, you know. And like, nah. I've kind of given up with Dorset Ghost Investigators. Group of fucking proper paranormal investigators. Watch Living Dead Paranormal. They get some pretty good stuff, you know. Not because I supply them with devices that I build for them, because they're a fucking genuine group of brothers that, you know, do haunted locations, you know, residentials, also like, you know, asylums and that, and they've caught some amazing stuff on one TV documentaries. What one was it now? My Ghost Story. They've done one of those. I think they've done two actually. But the thing is, like, you know, I don't know what your name is, mate, but yeah, everyone gets EVPs, man. Everyone gets EVPs. Like, you know, I didn't think I'd ever get anything in Jordan's Wood in Kent. You know, and I got EVPs. I got fucking on 2 visits there. Apparitions, a hooded monk kind of looking thing, on the same location, on the same time we went there. The little stocky guy. Jordan's Wood one's out. It's there. There's proof. You know, I even contacted the Forest Commission and said, you know, has anyone reported seeing strange anomalies, or, you know, the woods are haunted? Because I've got fucking proof that they are. And they said, well, send us the link where you got the proof to it, and if we think it's good for us to put on our website, we will do. And I looked at it, but they wouldn't put it on their fucking website because they say, well, we think it might scare the public visit the woods. Now, the public's got a right to know that the fucking woods are haunted, and they didn't like put it on the website. I've got 3 apparitions in Jordan's Wood on camera, and I admit I didn't see them myself, but the camera picked them up, and they are actually moving a second or two. And like, I've probably got more fucking living proof evidence of spirits than anyone else that may have a fucking TV show out there crying about it. No, I don't give a shit if I get recognised and get on the TV show. If it happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't. You know, I'm just here to show you what I get. More fucking stuff than some other people think they get, especially some of these TV shows. You know. You know, as I said, it's 1966, man. In 2017 now. You know, if it's supposed to be so haunted, why is there not histories on there through 1966 to 1970, 1980s? Did the spirit that was there go dormant and suddenly come out again, which they can do? The documentaries of living proof paranormal activity at 30th Street. I ain't seen none yet. Pure evidence on camera. Let's say like this mobile phone is on 30th Street, yeah? When they put the phone down, they see that fucking phone move across the table by itself. That's pure evidence. Then I can say, yeah, that place is haunted. Haunted. You know, how often does something move across the fucking table? It could be once in the blue moon, you know, because it does take a lot of energy to move any kind of like object across the table. Spirits told me, you know. But if you see a phone go like that across and like, you know, and start spinning around, then yeah, they've got some kind of powerful entity there. But that even a powerful entity is not going to keep it fucking going, you know, for 24 hours. No way is it. You know, it's got to take recoup its energy, you know, and fear is one of the main factors of energy. So, you know, if it's scaring, like, you know, the residents of time, then it is a continued kind of like energy that that spirit's using. And if, you know, if he's scaring a person now 24/7, 365 days a year, then yeah, I could probably believe that. But, you know, when they say it's been haunted and active since 1966, come on, where's the fucking proof? No, I'm not doubting it was haunted. There has been evidence, yeah, cool. You know, you've got EVPs. That proves alone that there is something going on there. It's fucking haunted. Now, I'll get shitloads of EVPs here, but I still don't class my flat haunted, but it's active. Even though I caught a near enough full-blown apparition in my living room on DVR while streaming live on YouTube. My house is fucking haunted. I caught some kind of like unusual anomaly, yeah, but it don't mean my fucking flat's haunted. Unless, like, you know, you see a ghost appear suddenly, like right now, or verbally hear him say, I'm going to be here 24/7 for the next 10 years, you know, keep your cameras running, you get something new every fucking day, then yeah, you know, that's going to be great. But kind of disrespecting you, DSR, but you got stuff that's great. I'm gonna check out your channel, yeah. But, you know, again, as I said on some of my streams, even EVPs need to be debunked. You know, was there anyone in another room talking at the same time? Was there anyone outside talking at the same time? You know, you still need to like check through those. You know, you say, look, you know, I just had an EVP, you play it back. Then you ask your team members, well, did anyone speak at that time? And if you do hear something, you know, you need to check outside as well, because someone else could have been walking outside talking. You know, I've done it many times. I've caught EVPs and we're talking outside, and I said, okay, you know, that EVP is not, you know, a spirit EVP. That's someone talking outside. I can hear them outside talking. And if like the door suddenly like opens up and closes, and then like I go out here, you know, it could be a breeze. I could have left the kitchen window open, which I very hardly ever do, but I might have done. And, you know, a breeze could have like pushed the door open and closed it. I'd debunk as much as I can. But I've had so many weird, unusual things happen here. It's been fucking crazy. Cats chased orbs down the hallway. Actually appeared from the middle of nowhere and split into two and went towards the living room door and then went back into one solid anomaly, went through the living room door. Like, even Rusty Reporter done a video of it. You know, he asked permission to download the video and take that clip out. He was using different spectrums of light. And you could see it, like, one solid orb split into two. Had that happen. I could be the only one for I know. No, I'm not saying I am, but I could be. You know, it's not going to happen every single day of the year. It's not. They need time to recoup their energy. So, you know, it's not going to be 365 days a year, 24/7. One piece of solid activity each week or each month. They did do it. They're not going to do it on fucking command. Some will, some won't, you know. If they want to be known, and you say, right, okay, move their fucking phone across the table, scare the shit out of you, they would do it, no doubt. Be known, and they ain't going to do it, you know. Because I said to many spirits before, if you want to do something, do it. If you don't want to do it, I'm not making you look like if you're in some kind of You know, I'm treating you like a clown. You do it when you want to do it, when you're good and ready to do it. If it don't, it don't. And on many occasions, I've asked them to do things if they want to, and they've done things. Fucking REM pod in here. Tonight, the REM pod went crazy for a little while until I went out there and turned it off because it's like interfering with my concentration when I was doing the Ouija board. No, I just thought I just saw something go across the hallway, but that could just be my imagination. You'll have to add me on Facebook because I've turned off my Facebook now. If you want to add me, you can add me. You don't, it's up to you. I'm not worried. But no, I'm not trying to disrespect you and your group or anything like that. But you know, come on, 1966, and they're still talking about it as if it was yesterday. There's probably more houses out there which are far more active and possibly haunted than fucking 30 East Drive or the other one which was well known. And it's only because of TV documentary that came on TV getting interested in 30 East Drive. If it weren't shown on TV, who would be doing 30 East Drive now? No one. So I wouldn't have known about it. The group might have done some research and found it and then said, yeah, we go and ask for permission. And this is what I seriously, right, guys? Seriously. Okay, let's say 30 East Drive is so haunted that you get activity, you get real pure evidence, right? How much that real evidence is even real? How do we know something ain't even fake? Yeah. And two, let's say if it is really haunted, right? If that was my house and it's really haunted, answers, and I was willing to have paranormal groups come in and investigate it, would I be charging for them? No, I fucking wouldn't. I'd ask them for some kind of donation towards electrical costs, you know, running electricity. They're going to be running a lot of equipment. Yeah, of course. But why fucking charge like £20-30 per person? People in, pay 30 quid, 36, 90, 180 quid out of 6 people to do like a 4 or 5 hour investigation. Joke, man. You know, if they want answers, they would be doing it and letting groups in free. You know, I wouldn't be letting nasty group. It'd be like one group per month. What kind of like evidence they're getting. And if they all get the same evidence, then fair enough. If they're not, and it's all complete different evidence, then you still need to find out, you know, more answers, aren't you? They get known, 30 East Street, you know, Sally House and other well-known haunted locations. Why is it they start getting money greed? You know, they would just want money to like let paranormal investigators come in and just do like fucking like work to find out if it is really haunted. Because for all we know, places could just be like you know, like Connors, you know, oh, let's pretend my house is haunted. Let's put a few like little bits of fishing wire up and attach it to a few bits of equipment, and you know, like let's put a bit of fishing wire to that mobile phone and pull it across the table. You know, we'll be able to edit that out later. You know, that bit of fishing wire. Done. People have been proven to be faked. You know, It's just like a joke when people start charging you, go and do an investigation, and the family wants to know the truth, and they think, well, you know, yeah, okay, it possibly is haunted. Let's start making money out of it. Maybe they need the money to move out. I can understand that, but if they're going to continue staying in that house to live there and make money off paranormal researchers, that's a fucking farce, you know. That's just like greed grabbers, you know. And once they start getting money in their pocket, continue. And, you know, if people do start charging and different groups come in and those groups suddenly start making things a little bit worse, it's the homeowners, isn't it, really? Because they're inviting different groups in and they don't know what these groups are about. You know, you could have people coming in, don't know what they're fucking doing with a Ouija board. You know, you might have people doing like secret, like what they called sacrifices. You know, they might bring a chicken or a rat or a mouse and do a little sacrifice without you knowing spirits. And you know, if someone came up to me and said, you know, can we do a documentary in your place, I'll say, yeah, okay, but I'd only let that documentary group in. And if it, you know, went televised and people was interested, like, you know, sessions here, I wouldn't let every Tom, Dick and Harry in no fucking way. Experience you got, how long you been doing ghost hunting, have you got any kind of videos on or a website I can check out what you've been doing? Now I feel that that group is like responsible, you know, really good evidence from other cases, then yeah, I'll probably like let them in. There's only been open for a year and they only done like 2 residentials or 3 and they've got no real evidence from those residentials. Am I going to let me in? No fucking way. Nah. I choose the people who's going to come in my house. So I don't know what kind of shit they can get up to. And I don't want my house getting, you know, really OTT. My house is more kind of like positive most of the time. I don't want them like dark fucking demonic spirit in here. No fucking way. Although it might be good in one way, because you're going to get a lot more evidence from a dark demonic spirit than you would from a shitload of positive spirits. But it's going to cause like a spiritual warfare, and all the good spirits might want to fuck off and say, right, you know, you brought him in, we going, goodbye, now you deal with it. I ain't going to have to deal with it. And it could ruin my fucking life, you know. Attack me and fucking kill me. Some of these spirits could. But, nah. Seriously, I really do believe that most of these so-called most haunted houses or aren't as haunted as they say they are. No way. No fucking way. No, it's like 1 in 1,000, I reckon. It's like, you know, when you say like the demonic possession, how many demonic possessions have you seen on TV or video? It's like probably rare as having an exorcism. Sorry guys, I'm getting a little bit kind of like over the top, but you know, it just like pisses me off when house in the UK when it ain't, you know, it might have been in 1966, yeah, but not now. They kind of gone in and conjured up some kind of dark entity by doing sacrifices and yeah. I was talking about 30 East Street. And then another so-called most haunted locations, you know. Haunted in those early years, yeah, but I don't think they're supposed to be as haunted as they are now. Way back. But anyway, I'm going to shut down in a minute, guys. It's 3 o'clock. I'm not hearing much noise or anything now. It's kind of calmed down. But yeah, I'll be doing a session on Sunday night. Yeah. Then I'll go for a week or two later and do another session in there and sleep in there. Stuff that's gone on in my living room at times is like been kind of freaky to me in one way, especially that fucking dark apparition in here, and you're hearing knocks. My hands are here, my feet on the floor, you know, and we hear fucking God knows how many knocks in the kitchen. You know, what's causing the knocks? I've been in there and I can't see what's knocking. You know, I've even been in and asked them to knock at the same time they've knocked. It's not the cat, because the cat is on the fucking windowsill. I know we're all trying to get the pure proof and evidence that spiritual people do exist. Yeah, they do exist, but you know, they ain't going to give you that evidence 365 days a week, 24/7, 7 days a week. No way. No, many times Spirit said, look, we ain't got the energy. Scooping, it won't be for another month. Like, rebuild our energy and give you some kind of evidence where we've been knocking, banging, you know, devices going off, you know, seeing shadow movement. So when I do the actual stream of me sleeping in the living room, it'd be on a 4 camera, like so. You see, you know, I've still got that horrible wavy shitty effect on the camera. Okay, and these two are okay. But I will be sleeping here. I'll have my laptop on the floor or beside me. To see what's going on chat. Turn it off when I go to sleep. But you know, you never know, you might see the rocking chair move or the rocking horse or those, like, you know, we've all seen shadow figures flying around from time to time. Well, I can finally I'll put the golf ball back up there as well on that shelf where it flew from there over to where I was doing the Ouija board in this area. And I got back up with that golf ball and I put it back on there and I jumped around and tapped and caused as much vibration as I could for that ball to fall down. When it did eventually fall down, it just went bonk. Now, when it first went off that kind of went bonk and flew over where I was doing the Ouija board. You saw it was live on camera. But this little fella is definitely coming down. Up in the morning. Won't be this week, probably be within the next couple of weeks. I can't remember what day it is. I'm hungry. I think I'll go and eat the last bit of cheese actually. The spicy cheese. I've got this cheese. It's called extra mild cheddar, right? Is it strong? It is fucking strong. I'm going to sit and eat the rest of this. I've got another pack of cheese in the fridge. See that all go flying past me just then. If you didn't see it, just scroll back on YouTube because it's very hard for me to play it back on this DVR system. I might put the old DVR system back up actually because it's easier for me to. It's more of a pain in the ass to do. It's like it's strong, but not strong though. No, it's not like the normal cheese I eat, like the normal cheddar, the nice mild one. Hang to it. Probably go and get some more cheese from the other packet later, which I've not opened yet. So I'm kind of like hungry. And all I've had today was some fish, salmon, pilchard, no, salmon, salmon, tuna, crab sticks, and chopped up crab, you know, like really chopped up small. No, don't get me wrong, I'd love to go and do 30 East Drive. And they charge, no way. To make it worth your while, you'd need at least 4, 5 people in there with enough equipment to cover each room. But then you've got to be very quiet when you're doing stuff yourself, like, you know, you got to let people know, like, okay, if you're going to be in the master bedroom, all the other people need to be dead quiet, not even speak, even if they hear noises. And then, like, when it's your turn, or when you have a break, you can kind of like collaborate and say, well, this is what happened when you was in the master bedroom. Now we heard like these voices in the next room, you know, kind of thing. And that way you're not kind of like contaminating each person's like piece of evidence. If you don't mind me asking, how much did you have to pay to do 30 East Drive DSRS? How much did you pay and how many people went there with you? You can't do it alone anyway. You need some backup. You know, you need people there to be responsible, back you up, help you in any kind of like predicament. Like, you know, you get attacked, you need team members to know what to do and how to deal with it. because they, you know, people who let people in who don't know what they're doing. It's just like, you know, oh, we don't care. They get attacked or assessed. As long as we got paid for it, you know, as long as we get paid. What, £65 each? See, that's a rip-off. No, unless it was like £65 to do a 24-hour stint, then it ain't so bad, right? Because you're there 24 hours. And you might get some really great, amazing stuff in there. But, you know, it's like, you know, 1966, old news. You might be lucky to get 2 or 3 EVPs. Is that worth £65? Not in my fucking ring, it ain't. You know, to spend £65 now, I need to see a lot more evidence before I start squandering money. £65 each is a fucking rip-off. And you know what else is a rip-off, yeah? And I've been told the guy face to face, you know, a guy who came around here not long ago, he goes that he does these ghost stunts. I said, here mate, I'm not trying to be funny here, but until 3 in the morning. Yeah, sometimes. I said, well look, you know, I'm not trying to be funny with you, yeah, but I think that's a rip-off really. Like if you're charging like a person £35 from like 9 till 3, how the you know, and you're in the middle of nowhere, how the fuck are they supposed to get to their accommodation? Are taxis widely available at some of these locations? And why don't you offer like, you know, like some kind of like overstay accommodation, you know, including with the cost? Because not a lot of people can make their way back, you know, to their homes that time of night, or they just don't have the money to pay for. They're paying £30, £40 to do an overnight, or supposed to be an overnight, and it's 3 o'clock when they finish. That's sometimes supposed to be the most active hour. So why close it down at 3 o'clock? No, it's just fucking ridiculous. If I'm gonna do something, I want to be there from like 9 till 6 in the morning, because then you've had a good 9-hour stint. You've probably got a lot of information gathered, and then 6 o'clock in the morning, you're easy to get transport back to the rail station and get a train back home. And that way you don't have to spend that £30 odd, £40 for bed and breakfast. Way that they operate, you know, mate, you know. I'll just do the ghost stunts, I'll just book the tickets. I think, yeah, right, you know. Fucking ridiculous. That bit of cheese went down the wrong hole. I think I'll go and get some more cheese. I'll finish this bit now. So really now it's like 3:20. Just done and leave it like this running for like another 15-20 minutes or so, half hour max, and to see if they get any more kind of knocks and bangs and any kind of activity. I know I've turned all the devices off, but no, I've got the audio recorder still running in the kitchen, which we can hear, and you know we might see some more orb activity, which we normally get. Might see some shadows moving around. Might get some disembodied voices, I don't know. Top car, yeah, that's okay, you've got a car. I don't give out my phone number straight away, mate. You know, I've got to get to know you first. By communicate through Facebook or YouTube. Phone numbers, like widely visible at the back of my now stop doing, because I just get people ring me and that's it, kind of thing. Right, let me take this talc pad away. Might need to turn this off. We get some more cheese. Mind you, the doctor's told me not to eat so much cheese, but fucking. That's softer cheese. Now this one's more milder. It's not as tangy as the other. What are you posting up, board one? Posting up adult material. Laugh out loud. It's just horse ornaments. I just checked it's horse ornaments. I thought I heard footsteps then. So that's another thing, guys, hearing things and seeing things. Actually, like, hear it or see it for more than a few seconds. Like your imagination playing tricks with you. Yeah. That cheese got stuck in my throat. Ah. What is her voice again? Female. If there's any spirits in the kitchen who can hear my voice, can you knock or bang on something? Or can you speak into the microphone? I'm hearing weird noise in the kitchen again. I may have disturbed you. I apologise for disturbing you. But can you make a sound out there? Knock, bang, tap, rattle, sing, laugh, cry, flash, something. Tap on the microphone. Do something. While you're waiting for Sunday night. Pass on your energy to Abby so she can try and move something for me on next Sunday. Rattle the door handle. Done that before in the past. Make the rocking chair or the rocking horse move. Or make that hanging clown move. I think it's gone quiet now. It wasn't until I turn the stream off and go to bed, and then I'll hear more noises in the kitchen like I normally do. I suppose it's their way of saying goodnight. I'll eat a bit of cheese, what's left of it. Then I'll say goodnight and turn the stream off. Probably do one again on Thursday. for a couple of hours. Just do a Ghost Boxing and EVP or something, you know. I doubt I'll do the Ouija board Thursday. Build up the energy. Well, I can always put it on 4 cameras, as I say, you know. But you ain't going to see the other 4 cameras, then, are you? Like shadows movement in the hallway. Last week I had a lot of orb activity now. I've even got video clips. If my cat's actually moving on the coat hanger. No draft or anything coming through the doorway. So all the doors were shut. And for quite a while. So what that was, I don't know. What caused it. That was like a shuffle in the kitchen then. Might have eaten my cheese. Go on, go and wash my hands. Yeah, I heard another knock. Look at my cut there. It looks like a face on my cut. Right, good night, guys. Girls. Just moved. After I said good night, guys, girls, something moved. Could have been that. Got none of them. It's like something being sounded like actually could have just been that, and it just fell down. You know, I reckon it might have been that actually. I don't know. Kind of sturdy. So I didn't do it the first time when I put it in. See, this is what I mean about debunking stuff, guys, you know. You know, you really need to put yourself out. You hear a noise, you debunk stuff. Not every single noise. Wind chime suddenly started moving. Now I'm going to have to find out why it moved, like, you know, check the windows, make sure there's no draft. You know, I know there's no draft coming for this door, but I do get dry spots in here, cold spots from spirits. Or is it a spirit that moved it? And if you think it was, you ask them to move it again, if possible. If they can, they will. If they can't, they won't. Now, we've seen this cross knocked down a couple of times in the living room. While it's been on this device, set that off. Right, you know. Then you see trickle object. Sets that off. We're not down in here. I've come in here, looking to see why it fell down. Couldn't be bunky, so I put it back up, gone in the living room, and within about half an hour later, same doll, gets knocked down again. Now I'll come out and try debunking again. No, this light turned on, for instance, right now, yeah. Everything's possible. The light switch at the back has been turned off. Now, it did turn on, and it flashed, and that light switch is off at the back. And that's crazy ass, that's paranormal. Right, not too much noise out here, thank you guys. I'll let the recorder recording. Well, that's not recording, it just picks up the noise out here. It's like, I don't know what it is. I can listen to what's going on out here without actually like recording audio. It's just playing the audio. But you can stay in there. Right, nice and get in bed. I'm just waiting for the night to go in the kitchen. And I'll come out and go, Steve, look, back. There's a person standing behind you. Might have not seen or noticed. No, an all just came down here then. Keep this on for a while because I want to see what the cat does. I want to see if she tries trying to push that kitchen door open again. So it's like 20 to 4. Okay. This stream is going off dead on 4 o'clock. Going off at 4 o'clock. So I've had too many fucking late nights. Things. And I need to have a decent sleep. So I really want to start getting my fishing gear sorted out so I can do a little bit of fishing around at the common and take Leonard over. So I've not really done anything, you know, where I tried to keep an eye on what the cat's been doing. So I thought I just saw something dark go down here, but I can't play it back because it just takes too long. Seconds on this DVR. Try putting the old one back on and see if the old one works again at some time. Now, why is she just standing there? There's something out there. I'm not going to shout her and tell her to go to bed. I'm just going to watch her for 20 minutes. Now, an orb just come up from there. I saw that one. I can just imagine suddenly seeing the door handle go down and the door opens and see some fucking spirit person walking down the hallway. I'll fucking be up and I'll put my bolt on the door. I've got a little latch on the door so the cat wouldn't keep jumping up and trying to open the door. And pull that over. And I'll be like sitting behind the door, fucking stopping whoever's trying to come down the hallway. Just don't know if it's going to be a good spirit or a bad spirit. And if it looks like it's going to be good, it could still be bad. So another bang in the kitchen. I think I should do more stuff with Tammy, you know. Have her shut out in the hall and just keep an eye on her, see what she does. I just go to the local common, Mitcham Common, do some fishing. Not too much drenching. I've been taking a lot of carp out, so I doubt there's much going to be in there. Damn, I just threw the bed away, didn't I? Mind you, I can still salvage it at the bin. It's not been thrown away properly yet. Take the old brown wholemeal bread down there. Sweet corn. I'll only eat sweet corn. It's been like roasted on a barbecue. Eat like tins of like sweet corn. 4 tins of sweet corn in the cupboard. Guys, are you seeing what I'm seeing on that door? Like the shadow right there. In that. Let me see one here. So on full screen, can't really see it. But you go back to full screen. Well, I saw it like a figure standing there. It's definitely been the kitchen because we had a lot of activity in there with the, not the K2 the REM pod and the DC box. That's the first. She getting in her bed without me shouting at her. I fucking sure I saw something move across that doorway then. It wasn't the cat. Now, I'm not saying that's paranormal. It could just be the way the camera is moving across the door, but then it shouldn't be moving across the door. Again. I just saw it again. Something is walking past my fucking bedroom door outside. And again. Now, there's no light out there to make that. Again, there's no light out there, guys. It's pitch black. All what I've got is my DVR camera lights, which you'll see in here. Here, that one. And that one. So where it is, it's like moving past. Whatever it is, it's moving past. It's actually going like across there. Unless it's going across that way, it's casting from there. Again, it's doing it. Now, I'm not saying that's paranormal. Might be the angle of the light, you know. This is fucking weird. Right, hold on, guys. Right, hang on. Right. I saw whatever part of my door at least 5 times within 3 minutes. Just not even making the camera. So I just walked past there. I don't know if you heard me. I was trying to debunk a shadow walking past my door from that IR light. I'll tell you what. Colour. What channel? Channel 8. Oops. Right, so I made it a little bit darker. Because with it being darker, you see more light anomaly. No orbs. Got 10 minutes before I turn the stream off, unless something fucking. Yeah, the light will flash time to time when it's like focusing itself. When it picks up the difference or slight difference of the lighting, it will flash on the DVR camera. You know, every time the light changes slightly, the DVR picks it up and makes the DVR camera actually flash. You know, it's still dark out there in the hallway. I can't see, like, practically my hand in front of my fucking face more than a foot away, you know. But with the DVR system, because it's like infrared night vision, you're able to see it a lot clearer and a lot brighter. Outside, camera 6. This is what it's like when I go out there. It's like that. That's what it's like when I go in the hallway. It's that dark. Whispering, but I think it might be birds outside. So that's what I mean, though. You got to debunk things like this. What I just saw flashed on the camera. Well, yeah, like, you know, was there a change in the lighting? You know, it's getting, you know, 4 o'clock nearly. You know, when I saw that this camera was flashing on and off continuously for God knows how long, I thought, well, that's not fucking spiritual. I took the actual cable power and its actual camera, put them back on, and it went back to perfect. You know, it didn't flash anymore. No, like as I said before, that camera just shook. Here, the door just shook slightly. As I said before, you know, like, you know, when people said to me, "Oh, you know, getting the DVR system, it's going like stop spirits doing what they normally do." Well, in some cases they might do. You know, spirits might not want to be seen on camera, but there's probably a damn lot of people, spirit people, who do want to be seen on camera. So they want to be like recognised that they're still around. And when I got my first 4-channel camera, fucking increased tenfold, you know. Channel, it's even more increased. You know, it doesn't mean it's going to increase, you know, indefinite and permanently. As I said, like, they take time out, chill out, you know, recover from what energy they've used. Sometimes it can take 2-3 weeks, even a couple of months to get back enough energy to start communicating again. And there are downtimes throughout the year they won't make too much communication. You know, like January, February, for instance, is going to be quiet. March and April is going to be a bit more active. Possibly August could be, might get some activity, you might not. September, October, like, you know, active. But November and December can be dead quiet, you know. And they might come, you know, another bang. Like they might come out and interact, you know, like Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. You know, do that little bit of activity. But they ain't gonna, you know, like throw a goddamn fucking party for you. And see balloons appear and party poppers popping off and around. No way. Why's my mouse constantly moving? Move that out of the way. But, you know, they do it when they're good and ready. And I've told them, treating this like a circus. I'm not making them perform tricks. They do it when they're good and ready. When they do it, they do it. And as I said before, I've had some amazing stuff happen. It's been so dead that I'm practically begging for them to do something, but they still don't do it unless they want to. Look, I've got some kind of paranormal thing here. It's creepy. Look, it's got two bright eyes. Yeah, it's called Tammy the fucking paranormal. Look, it's 4 o'clock. No, I'm not even tired yet. I don't know how long I've got left for YouTube, actually. Yeah, 3 scratches is possibly... I don't really say it's demonic. It could possibly be demonic, but it's definitely dark, evil, and intent of causing you harm, scaring the shit out of you. But again, you know, this is what I don't understand with some of these places, yeah. And I'm going to keep repeating it. I'm on here watching and don't know what the fuck's going on in their own home. Because you hear little knocks and taps and bangs and, you know, you get your cold spots, scratch. And I admit, yeah, it does scare you, but does it mean it's evil and demonic? Fuck out of you? No, of course it ain't. I believe some of these spirits that you think are bad are not bad. They're just trying to cry out for some kind of like communication, attention, and acknowledgement. And if you actually sit and listen to some of the things that go on in your home, you know, you might think, well, if I do it, I'm going to be crazy. No, because everyone's doing it. But look, if you feel like, you know, you can hear noises in the next room and you're the only one there, and you're going to get like a big percentage of where spirits are doing this because they're trying to communicate with you. And if you just say, look, you know, there, guys, I appreciate that you're trying to communicate with you, but either A, I don't want to communicate with you because I don't know who you are, and I don't want you like scaring me and, you know, like harming me and my family here. You know, you haven't done anything bad, and, you know, if you want to hang around for a little while, fine. In that particular room, and we were trying not to, like, you know, kind of disturb you as much as we can. You know, you stay there. You know, we've acknowledged you. We know you're there. Communicate with you. And most of the time, I think, okay, well, you know, I've been acknowledged. I know I'm here. Fair enough. With me, that spirit's got two options, or three options. One, to stay where he is, because he's been acknowledged, and he's happy that he's been acknowledged. Okay, they don't want to like communicate with me. I might as well just like pack up and leave this place and go somewhere else, where someone else might want to try to communicate with me. Or three, they might think, right, now they know that I'm here, I'm gonna cause shit for them. I'm gonna fucking like left, right, and centre. I'm gonna throw things at them and whatever. But that, the third option is like very rare. I'm pretty sure it's very rare. They just want some kind of knowledge that they are around and they still exist after death. And if you want to put yourself out further to try to communicate with them, or do, is by an audio recorder. Use your mobile phone, that's got a recorder on it. And just ask them general questions like, okay, guys, I know you're here. I don't really want to communicate with you, but, I'm going to give you this one opportunity. Talk to me, and I'm going to ask you a few questions. Reply to those questions. I will be grateful, and I will play them back and see what you've got to say. If I feel that I need to communicate with you, I will do. But if I feel like, I've got the answers to the questions and I don't want to communicate with you anymore, I'll say, that's it, thank you. I've heard your replies. You need to leave here. This is not your home. You need to talk to someone if they're still alive, kind of thing. And like, I'll go on to that bit in a minute, yeah. But when you actually do an EVP replies, that's great. Because you actually get replies. You could say, well, what's your name? The name saying like David. Now maybe you knew someone called David, close friend or something, yeah. And maybe you might want to communicate with him further. Or when you hear the name David, you stop the EVP and say, right, I heard your name, David, thank you for that. And you play the record back and see what else you said. And then you play it back and listen to what other EVPs you've got. And if you feel like you want to carry on communicate with them, I know I said that I might not communicate with you anymore, but you seem like you need some kind of help. Can you tell me what you're doing here, why you're here? What's the purpose of being here? And you might get some replies on those questions. First lot, and you feel like afraid, then you say, look, okay, guys, there is someone here. I'm sorry to say this, but, I don't want you here. You don't belong here. This is my home. This belongs to me and my family. And you're not welcome here. Leave. In the name of God, leave. I will have to find ways of making you leave. Put it blunt to them. And usually, that they'll probably leave, or if they stay, they ain't gonna like try to communicate with you anymore. They think, all right, okay, fair enough. They don't want to talk to me. Fair enough. Fuck it. I'll just stay in the corner and keep out of the way. And if you feel like you're getting like threatening replies on your EVP recording after you've asked a question, like you're saying, what you're doing here, I've come to harm you. I'm going to, cause you harm. I'm going to kill you. Put your foot down and say, right, listen here, you fucker. You ain't going to do this. You ain't going to do that. Leave now in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. You're not welcome here. You're to leave. Get out of my home. Really put it down abundantly. And then, like, if they show that, you mean business, and, so, you're not going to harm my family, a loving, caring family, and we only offer love. We do not offer like you're trying to do, no kind of shit. You know, you don't leave at your own free will. We will get this house blessed and we will make you leave. Fucking right, okay, you know. What do I do? Like, carry on and scare the shit out of them and see if they really are going to get a priest in here. And, you know, eventually I suppose you will get someone in here to do a cleansing home, and that will hopefully get rid of them. But if you're going to, like, you know, communicate with them, and that is, like, you know, something bad, evil, be careful on how you kind of like put your foot down. You know, don't want to be saying, hey, you motherfucking cunt, you know, you're like, welcome, you know, you need to fuck off and don't ever come back. Piss them off. You say, look, you know, I don't know who the hell you are, but you need to leave now. You're not welcome here. This is my home. You need to leave in God's name. You know, this house is full of love and light. If you don't like it, get out now. It's threatening enough to them. And if they don't feel that threatened, and they do start off more activity, it gets loud and the bangs get louder, and the EVPs that you might attempt to still continue doing, so without even asking questions, just leave the audio recorder, and I guarantee you'll still get EVPs. You know, even on my streams, I still, like, you know, I'm going to do an EVP session asking questions. EVP without asking questions, and I've got replies on both, you know. The EVPs are getting more threatening. Then you go to your church and say, look, you know, I think I've got some kind of like, here, can you just come around and do a house blessing? And most of the time, it does remove energy. We'll probably get the odd little percentage of negative spirit thinking, the priest coming around here and blessing this house and get with me. And like, he will be threatened, you know, the priest is going to come around, do the blessing, and it is going to back the spirit off a bit, but he might find a little crack in the wall where he can go and hide, stay there for a few days and come out and for you. So, you know, you've got to kind of like be wary on what you do and what you say and communicate with them. You've got to be careful as well. Because, like, you know, communicate with them is like acknowledge them that they're there. And, you know, most of the time I do feel like, you know, once you acknowledge them, you ain't going to get half as the activity than you normally do. Like, go quiet and kind of like, if you've got a bad ass one there, just there, then in one way that could be like a welcoming back to them. Who acknowledged me. Right, now he knows I'm here. I'm gonna fuck him over. Place left, right, and centre, and scare the shit out of them. And again, if that happens, you go to your church. But that's like, I suppose, a rare occasion, really. I've had bad shit happen here. I've done my own house cleansing. No, the first one I'd done here was with help with and then after that, you know, I felt more comfortable that I could do it myself, and I've done many. You know, like my flat. Sometimes house cleansing don't work, and it can piss them off. But I know what I'm doing. I've been doing this for like over 5 years now. But if I do feel like really threatened, and there's something there that I know I can't get rid of, I'm going to ask someone who I know to come and help me. Someone who has worked as a pastor actually showed me the clergy ring and other bits and pieces that he's got. I do say, hey, you know, I need your help down here. And he's going to be down here, like, if you ain't busy. You might, you know, if you can't do the same day, he'll probably say, well, you know, Steve, you know, get out of the place, don't go in there tonight, just stay. And I'll be down there tomorrow. And I'm pretty sure he would do that. Anyway, but another knock. Really blew it. You know, that's just a fucking name, you know. I think Zozo is a farce. It's like a legend. You know, how many demonic spirits have people really ever communicated with and had a lot of stuff? You know, in the Sally house. Come on, you know, Rick Paranormal. I was wearing like a soldier's fucking jacket, saying I was disrespecting, you know, the military when I wasn't. I was actually talking to a lot more fucking military than he ever knew I was talking to. All that jacket and other bits of military kind of like stuff as a token of respect. You know, I was even in the fucking army cadets when I was younger. I was disrespecting everyone. Did I come on his channel and start slagging him off? No. Nobody defended me. That's up to him. Then some other fucking arsehole came on and started calling me arsehole because I was wearing a tunic. No, I had a tunic when I was younger. Military. If I was, why would I be buying all this military stuff? There's trigger objects. Haunted. Well, I say like haunted. They say it's haunted. The guy said it's haunted. The spirit who's attached to it said it's haunted. Well, I've got a World War II African Star medal. I've spoken to Charlie a few times on there, and every time I talk to someone from the military, I say, well, Charlie, you know, he's a great spirit. He was in the book. Oh, he's a great character. You know, brilliant guy. Okay, great. But, you know, going back to Zozo, nah. It's like a lot of legends. You know, you might get some bad spirits. Possess you. And you got that like exorcisms, but Zozo was only like, I think in the early 1900s, like I think it was when they started recognising the name Zozo. And Zozo was actually a name made up from a spirit. I think with just called the spirit Zozo. So Zozo isn't a real demonic spirit. Check it up, do Google like I had to do. You know, you're going to get spirits out there. I've even had it on the live stream. Yeah, so what are you going to do to me, Zozo? I'm going to harm you. Yeah, so what are you going to do then? Really? Come on in. Let's see this so-called powerful energy you got to scratch me. Nothing fucking happening. Oh, I'm Sodo, you're not Sodo. Spirit. You may be a mischievous one, but you're not fucking. And this is on one of my streams. Not sure what one it was, but it's on one of them. 1,400 fucking videos out there. And how am I going to look for the one? Oh, I'm saying, yeah, come on, man. Scratch me, harm me, do something. And all of a sudden I get a laugh out loud. I'm only blaming you, Steve. It's David. Right, David. That's twice you fucked with me. When I fucking come across that, I'm going to kick your ass left, right, and centre. Because my mate David even shook my bed violently 3 times in one night. And it felt like a fucking earthquake. And it was only until a day later I realised it must have been David, because David used to come round me and the bed violently to wake me up, take me out down the fucking motorway, and coughing sandwiches, you know, with him, because he wanted me to go with him, because he didn't want to drive around on his own. So, you know, when he told me it was David, I went, right, you fucker. I fooled you, Steve. No, I knew it wasn't Zozo. I get spirits coming through and fucking around with me. You know, I've got it on fucking videos. I know it's going to take a long time to watch 1,400 videos, but I've got stuff on there that will make you fucking laugh your head off, I tell you. You can have, like, you know, I've had streams where I've broken down fucking crying in emotions. Got a video where I've been kind of like doing something. I think I've just done a Ouija board. I wasn't feeling well after it. So they're saying, get up and open the window, Steve, you know, get some air in. I've opened the door, the window, to let the air in. And as I turned around, I felt like a great big fist hit the back of my shoulder, like that, really hard, flying across the room. And like, you know, I needed enough to bash my head on the door, where it's that powerful, you know. And that's like talking about 10, 15 feet. You know, although it was a thump in the fucking back on the shoulder, I went flying and skidding on the floor. And I had to do a cleansing after that. So yeah, I've had some weird shit happen here. It's all on fucking video. You know, someone turns around and goes, oh, it looks like you fell over your bed. No, because I fucking tried even debunking, even if I, on the bed, you know, I just like fall on the bed. Or just like, kind of like crouch over. I went flying across the fucking floor, man. So like, whoever that was a very strong, powerful spirit, which was not welcome here, and I got rid of. But Zozo, no. No, and all the videos you see out there on YouTube, oh, teenager got possessed by Zozo. Something across the room after, like, you know, a Ouija board session. Zozo did this, Zozo. No, it's all fucking bullshit. It's teenagers who's been drinking and taking drugs and faked their fucking session and, you know, trying to pull a fast one to make it look real and make them feel as that they are the victims, and you know, you need to feel sorry for them. You know what? And also, you know, they say about the Ouija board being a very dangerous tool. To some people who don't know how to operate it, maybe so, but come on, a Ouija board, a pendulum, a ghost box, you know, an EVP recorder, a tool, you know, K2 meter, a REM pod, and Mel meter. We're communicating with the spirits, the dead people. Say, is anyone there? We're opening a doorway, a portal to the spirit world, and inviting them in. If you don't want them there, you don't fucking talk to them. You don't even try and communicate with them. And if you are getting some weird shit, you just try to blank it out and to fucking move on. well, I did say you can ask them to move on, but no, if you show that you're not afraid to show a lot more love, compassion, and friendship in your family, they're going to move on. Because the bad ones don't want that. They try to like over by turning each other against each other, making like arguments and tantrums, and once they've got all that, they're fucking like loving. They've got all that energy to fuck you even more. You know. But Zozo, no. That's, you know, even in the 19, they did actually say, well, like, you know, Zozo was a made-up name, but now they actually class what, I think they said that they are actually classing one spirit who has decided to name himself Zozo after someone called another spirit Zozo. The demonic spirit's just an evil spirit, and many evil spirits can use that name. You know. No. Zozo ain't gonna be here, there, and everywhere, is he? Spirit. They stay in one particular location. You know, I've seen fucking videos where someone in like fucking somewhere in America and said like, you know, attacked by Zozo, and then another video, someone in Mexico attacked by Zozo, and someone else in like fucking Australia attacked by Zozo. Like, you know, near enough the same month, the same year. What are they doing? Some kind of fucking international internet pack or something? It's bullshit. You know, you got real demons out there, yeah, and they've got their own particular names. Go out on Google. But demons is like, you know, confronting the demon is very rare. Its possession is rare. An exorcism is rare. I know they say there's more dead people, living people. Yeah, of course there is, but are evil and bad and demonic, you know. Yeah, you're going to get people that may have lived in a location in their own property for, they might have even built it from their own hands, and then they die suddenly, that they died, and someone comes in and moves into their property, and, you know, the dead person thinks that he's still alive, and he's going, right, you know, what the fuck are they doing in my house? They're supposed to be here. And shit, get them out and stuff. Yeah, that has happened. It's happened quite a few times. When they start hearing things, they try to say, look, you know, okay, yeah, we know there's something here. Let's give it a peace offering. And they offer it some kind of object, like a picture or something. Say, look, you know, we're not here to disrespect you. We know that this may have been your house, but it's our house now. And, you know, you even need to move on, or, you know, we will allow you to stay as long as you don't cause any harm to me, or, you know, scare us, and, you know, we'll even offer you a token of goodwill. You can stay. If you don't, then move on. And there's been some very good documentaries where people have done that. Nasty ghosts have actually turned out to become good ghosts, spirits. Oh well, anyway. Right, guys, I'm gonna bug off to bed because it's like nearly 4:30. Did you hear that? That sounded like a light being turned on and off, but the only light that can do that is the one in the hallway. Now that ring is the cat's bell, right? But you heard a click just before then, yeah? And I said that sounds like a light. Right, okay, listen. Listen. That's the light switch. And most of the time, that light will not come on because the switch is knackered. Now, okay, it came on a couple of times just then, but most of the time, it won't come on. You notice when I turn the light on and off, it's made the camera more darker, but now it's actually beginning to like light frequency. So it's now picking it up lighter. It was just dark because it affected the IR. So anyway, I'll be back on Thursday. I'm going to take a few days off, like Abby said. Thursday we just probably do, you know, EVP, Ghost Boxing. I'm not going to do a Ouija board Thursday. But I will do some Ghost Boxing and EVPs and just have a general chat about the paranormal again, maybe. And then on Sunday, we do a Ouija board session in there. And some Ghost Box and EVPs. And where that goes. And then in about 2 or 3 weeks' time, we'll do the same kind of thing as we're going to do Sunday. Ouija board, Ghost Box, EVPs. The next time we do it, not this time, but the following time we do it, you know, 2 or 3 weeks' time, I'll have the camera live for the whole 8 hours while I'm sleeping in there. And I'll tell you, I'm not looking forward to it. I am in one way, but not in another way, because I don't be waking up and seeing like 10 dolls walking forward towards me, or seeing like 10 spirit people, you know, like bending over, looking at me, you know, while I'm sleeping. And I wake up and see 10 people, you know, dead people standing there, you know. I'll be wearing my fucking keychain, man, and I'll tell you, I'll have my shoes beside me, I'll have my coat beside me, and I'll be out this fucking house so quick if that happened. Not so much the dolls, but seeing like, you know, spirit people, 10 spirit people, whatever. If it's only one, it still probably scared the shit out of me. I would leave the flat, but I'd only leave for like a short while, half hour. But there's 10 fucking spirit people like leaning over me. I won't be back in for the fucking rest of the day. I'll probably like be out the next 24 hours. I'll be fucking walking the street or something. Be too afraid to come back in, you know. Well, I'll have to come back in so I can fucking review the video, because I'll be so surprised that it happened. I'm not saying it is going to happen. See, look, the fucking camera's gone dark again now. And let's do this corner. No way. I know I keep saying I want to see a ghost. But seeing the first ghost, if I've not already seen one, will be, you know, to anyone it'd be scary. But once I see one and I know what they look like, you know, they might be like we are, you know, they may look like us, but with a whitish grey, waxy type of face. And they might try to show themselves as like, you know, they were before they died. See them like, you know, fucking like blood oozing out and worms and maggots creeping out their eyeballs and shit like that. Missing. No, I don't want to see that. You know, I can't stop it from happening, but if it does, I need to find a way of blocking that. But if I see, like, you know, spirit, I think that might have been the cat shaking a bell. These spirit people, you know, and they resemble like humanoid as they were before, then I'm okay with that. You see me sitting here one day having a conversation with a fucking ghost, you know, live on stream. Okay, you know, this is a ghost by the name of like Dominic or Therese or whatever, you know, this is a real ghost. I'm talking to her, I'm interviewing her, you know. Don't believe me? Look, I'm putting my hand straight through her. But then people say, oh, that's like using one of those, what's the names, what they're called? Lens things or whatever, you know. Oh, nah, that's not a real ghost, you know. He's using some kind of like to project, a projector. That's the word I'm trying to think. He's using a projector. And the fucking camera and show that there's no projectors around, you know. Could be the first one ever to fucking have an interview with a real life ghost on fucking stream, you know. Crazy. Although it would never happen. Never happen. It'd be crazy if it fucking did happen. Right, okay. I'm going to go because I'm tired. I need to get some sleep. I need to go out and do some shopping later as well. So I want to try to sort out some fishing gear for later in the week. So I'm going to do a little bit of fishing on lake and do some video of me fishing on the lake to upload on my Rock and Funny account. And I'll be back Thursday night. And I'll see you all later. Good night. God bless. Catch you later. Sleep well. Don't have nightmares. And bye-bye. Love you.